Chapter 230. Since you've been in Yaxia for 8 years, there's no reason you don't know the basic knowledge of the transcendent realm. Danny glanced at Blackie. The level of meditation is such a basic knowledge. How can a mage who learned meditation not know? Oh, a certain someone thought that she was really a big shot and completely forgot that she had just learned this common knowledge. I only know that she can light glass candles, but I don't know much about her meditation. Besides, what's the point of knowing the level? I've already learned it and it's set in stone. The bull-necked professor smiled bitterly. That's right. It's already a blessing for these rogue cultivators who don't belong to any sect to have a meditation technique. They don't have the right to be picky. You're called Marwyn. Suddenly, Danny felt that the name was familiar. Memories from long ago flashed in her mind. In just a moment, she knew who had mentioned the name Scholar Marwyn before. Do you know a Raza witch, Millie Mazter? Millie? The bull-necked Marwyn seemed to be reminiscing. A hint of sweetness rose in his eyes. She should be a priestess, right? A cute and hard-working little priestess. Damn, is that fat old witch who can be placed horizontally or vertically the same person as the little cutie you're talking about? Yes, she was a priestess. She studied medicine and sacrificial arts, Danny said with a straight face. 20 years ago, I was her, classmate in Yaxia. We studied together for a few years. I even taught her how to dissect corpses. Why? Do you know her too? Danny didn't know what to say. However, this scholar didn't look like much. He had a beer belly, a short and stout body. White hair grew out of his nostrils and ears. His forehead was protruding, and his nose was obviously broken more than once. His teeth were mottled with reddish-brown dirt from chewing on sour grass. He and that little cutie old witch were a match made in heaven. She's dead. She was discovered using a curse to harm people. In the end, she was burned to death. After saying that, Danny stared at Marwyn seriously, not missing any expression on his face. Unexpectedly, he only said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Isn't she your lover? Danny couldn't help but ask. We've had academic exchanges, but we can't be considered lovers. After all, I'm a scholar. And since she was the one who used the curse to harm others, her death was justified, Oxneck Marwyn said seriously. Academic exchange? Research the 7 cries of spring techniques? While Danny was silent, Marvin asked curiously, Mage Layla, where are you now? It's in the old town, not far from the City of Knowledge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to capture your signal. Perhaps Grand Wizard Valeglia had the ability to monitor the City of Knowledge from thousands of miles away through glass candles, but Danny was just a beginner in witchcraft. She didn't know many witchcraft spells, so she just happened to sense Black Sister's power of the will. She was skillful, lucky, and close. I wonder if I can talk to you face to face. The short and strong doctor rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, there are almost no real extraordinaries in the old town. Most of the knowledge has to be discovered by oneself. It's a little impossible. Would you be able to host a gathering of extraordinaries in the old town? Do you want me, a big shot, to preach the Tao to you bunch of noobs? Have you ever attended a gathering of extraordinaries? I've heard of it, but they don't recruit scholars. When I returned to the old town, no one organized a gathering here, Marvin said awkwardly. Scholars and the 7 gods were not allowed to attend a gathering of extraordinaries. Since you know the rules, you should know that mages don't get up early if there are no benefits, Danny reminded him. Why would the shadow-binding warrior Tam organize a gathering of extraordinaries in Volantis? She wanted to train Lisbon, and at the same time, she was looking for underling candidates. Wouldn't Moon Chanter and Priestess Layla become her new underlings? But what was the reason for Fire Mage Layla to organize a gathering of extraordinaries in the old town? What would she get? There was nothing to gain. Danny's words made Marvin's thick cheeks flush red. After a while, he pulled the long chain that hung down to his belly button and said hesitantly, I'm a doctor in the City of Knowledge. I'm proficient in medicine, anatomy, raven studies, metallurgy, history, economics, geography, astronomy, Veleglia's advanced mathematics, the principle of optics, part of alchemy, and prophecy. Sir Mage, you can choose one or more knowledge in exchange. Danny's eyes flashed as she nodded and said, "That's fine." "How many of you?" "Just me." "What?" Danny shouted. "How can you organize a gathering with just you?" But the city of knowledge, the old town. Marvin was extremely embarrassed. He was the only occultist in the entire old town. It was too pitiful. Yes, the Veleglia steel chain in the scholar's necklace represented magic and occultism. Many scholars wore Veleglia steel chains, but they didn't have any mana in their bodies. For example, the famous scholar Lewin of Winterfell studied magic, and his necklace had Veleglia steel chains. But he had always taught John, Bran, and the others, "I swear in the name of the Grandmaster of Magic, children, there is no magic in this world. The children of the forest, shapeshifters, deviant ghosts, and elves are all stories made up by adults to deceive children. You should practice your swordsmanship and become knights." Even when Bran confessed to him that he dreamed of the three-eyed crow and that it might be a spirit wolf, the old scholar had a benevolent face and said with tolerance, "Child, that was a dream. After you broke your leg, you couldn't accept reality and had a wild imagination." It seemed that in the scholar's view, the ability to prove that magic was fake was equivalent to magic knowledge. Cough, cough. "Doctor, there's still me." Blackie stole a glance at Danny and reminded her in a soft voice. "You?" The short and fat doctor's expression was conflicted. He looked at her with disdain and disappointment. "You don't understand. You should at least show something useful for a gathering." "What do you want to do?" Blackie asked curiously. "Show me some skills." "Can I shoot arrows?" "My archery skills are very strong. My mother always said that I have the qualifications to be a red archer." The people of the Summer Archipelago often carved the heads of their ships into the images of birds and animals. Therefore, their sailing ships were called swan ships. Unlike the trading city-states, which had one or two paddle boats or longboats as escorts, the swan ships were usually alone. The task of protecting the ships was given to the armed personnel of the Summer Archipelago, the Red Archers. They used the Summer Archipelago's golden wood as the body of the bow, and the arrow's range was up to 400 meters. They were almost the strongest archers in the world. If Blackie Larissa was not lying, her archery skills should be very strong. "Archery won't do." Marwyn shook his head. He also knew the knight's slashing skills. If archery and slashing were useful, he would have joined the mysterious gathering long ago. "Count her in. We were able to contact her this time. Both of us also practice Veleglia's witchcraft. It's fate." "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Blackie grinned foolishly and bowed to express her gratitude. "What's your name?" "I heard Dr. Marwyn call you Sphinx and Larissa," Danny asked. "Sphinx is my nickname in the City of Knowledge." "Alright, that's all for today." Feeling the abnormality on her right wrist, Danny was ready to end this online friend-making activity. "Remember the frequency of my witchcraft. After the martial arts competition, we'll confirm the time and location of the gathering at 10 o'clock at night. I hope Dr. Marwyn can find a few more companions during this time. The two of you are still too few." "Alright." Without a sound, the gray figure disappeared, leaving the master and disciple looking at each other under the golden candlelight. After a while, Marwyn looked at Blackie and asked, "What's your real name?" Just call her Larissa," Blackie said evasively. The ox-necked doctor sighed. "Up to you. But remember, the City of Knowledge will never allow women to tarnish their honor. I didn't know you were a girl before, and I still don't know anything now." "Yes, thank you, Doctor." Danny had been delayed for a while because she had accidentally met two netizens. During that time, Kuei had already unblocked her requests. Seeing that Danny hadn't come over, the Shadowbinder thought that Danny was angry, so he took the initiative to contact her. However, Just like how Kuei had rejected her request, Danny blocked her as well. After ending the conversation with Marwyn, Danny immediately activated the glass candle. This time, it was easy for her to project her mental energy. Of course, unlike contacting Marwyn, which did not consume any witchcraft power, the nine-colored vortex in her mind spun crazily. Her witchcraft power was like a flood that had broken through a dam. It was truly a communication that transcended thousands of miles. With the experience of her mental body traversing space last time, Danny did not feel dizzy this time. Almost instantly, she arrived at a dark and empty stone hall. A green glass candle was lit in the middle. It was a ball of dim white light the size of a fist. The four walls and the ceiling were all covered in darkness. The shadow-binding knight wore a dark green robe and a red wooden mask. He sat cross-legged on the stone floor as if he was waiting for someone to visit. "You're stupid," she said. "Why?" Danny did not understand. "Do you know what time it is here?" The shadow-binding knight did not wait for Danny to reply. She said seriously, 9 in the morning. "I'm currently on the Jade Sea Lightning Island. When you first came looking for me, I was worshipping the Lady of Light with Prince Bogon at the Temple of Heaven." "Oh, sorry. I forgot to calculate the time difference. Sorry to disturb you." Danny hurriedly apologized. Although she said that, she did not know how to calculate the time difference at all. She had never thought about it. The last time she had returned to Astapor from Volantis, the latitude difference was about 2,000 kilometers. However, both cities were at night, so she did not feel much difference in time difference. If not for Kuei's reminder, Danny would have forgotten about the time difference. Kuei shook her head and said seriously, "You still don't understand. Let me ask you, how do you call the shadow-binding knights? Shadow children? How can the shadow children use witchcraft under the sun in front of the temple? If I didn't stop your mental projection, the sun would have lit you up immediately." Kuei pointed at Danny and said in a low voice, "It would have been as easy as a torch lighting up a down quilt." This. Danny was shocked. "I've never tried it under the sun." "You use the soul coordinates on other people?" Kuei understood the meaning behind her words. She suddenly stood up and said with some complaint and worry, "I warned you not to use it last time. It hasn't even been half a month, and you've already used it once, not once, 3 times. "I used it 3 times. Kuei's body stiffened. She did not say anything. After a long while, she groaned and said, "You're courting death." Chapter 231. Why do you say that? Danny was puzzled. Don't you feel it? Every time you leave a soul coordinate, a part of your soul will be torn off, Kuei asked. Indeed. The essence of soul coordinate is to separate a part of one's soul. This way, even if they are separated by mountains and rivers, the souls of the same body can still sense each other. Danny nodded. Seeing that she was full of energy and her cheeks were rosy, Kuei was puzzled. Do you feel weak, have blood in your hands, vomited blood, dizzy, and dying? No, I'm going to sign up for the tournament tomorrow. Kuei was stunned. The dark eyes behind the wooden mask seemed to be shining. It was a little like a scientist who encountered a strange biological phenomenon and wanted to. When Danny took a step back in fear, Kuei sighed. Mother of dragons, you are indeed extraordinary. No, I'm very ordinary. There's nothing special about me. Danny shrunk her neck and said, after leaving the soul coordinate 3 times, I felt that I had reached a bottleneck. Maybe I can only use soul coordinate 2 or 3 more times. That's why I came to you. I want to know if you have the 2nd volume of the soul coordinate technique. There's no 2nd volume. You've reached your limit. Your soul can't be separated anymore. Kuei shook her head and smiled bitterly. I've told you that soul coordinate technique is a forbidden technique that I created in recent years. It's not perfect. Don't use it if you don't have to. The side effects are too strong. You can't be exposed to too much sunlight. It's easy to be stimulated by the murderous aura. Anti-magic weapons can damage your soul, such as Valeglia's steel and dragon crystal weapons. You can't leave a soul coordinate technique on a short-lived person. A short-lived person? If the person you mark dies in an accident, the soul energy left in the person's body will dissipate. You will lose a part of your soul, Kuei-shi said lightly. Fortunately, the 3 people I marked don't look like short-lived people. Plus, I can replenish my soul automatically. Even if an accident happens, it won't be a big problem. What's with the murderous aura? Danny asked. You can pass through physical objects in your current spiritual state. Have you tried it? Yes, it's very interesting. But it consumes too much wizard power. Kuei-shi nodded and said, you are essentially a spiritual body now. Normal objects can't block the spiritual waves of an illusion, but the murderous aura. If a knight wanted to kill you, no matter what weapon he wielded, it would hurt you. The reason is very simple. His attacks are mixed with spiritual will. No wonder. Danny came to a realization. That dagger gave me a deep sense of danger, and the Dark Star's great sword, oh my god. Kuei-shi put her hand to her forehead and groaned, it's only been a few days, you. If you go on like this, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later. Danny Alice, you must understand one thing. Extraordinaires only have extraordinary intelligence. Don't ever think of yourself as a god that transcends mortals. Even someone as powerful as Great Adept Valeglia couldn't face an experienced Grand Knight head-on. The Shadowbind warned solemnly. Yes, I understand. A few days ago, I saw a fire mage who was as famous as you die tragically under the blades of mercenaries. The lesson was quite deep. Danny nodded and said in agreement. As famous as me? Who? The Shadowbind asked curiously. Volantis Fire Mage, Lisbon. Never heard of him. The Shadowbind's voice turned cold. Do you think I'm a nobody? He's the #1 youth in the Western continent. Danny rubbed her nose and said awkwardly. The first person stabbed to death by a mercenary? Danny felt even more awkward. She stammered, I didn't say that. Everyone thinks so. What? It spread? Kuei-shi didn't hide her anger anymore. Which bastard is spreading rumors about me? Tam was a good person. She couldn't betray her. I think it's a priest from Koar. Danny put the blame on the dead man. Impossible. I've never been to Koar. Why would they judge a mage they don't know? He might have heard it from necromancer Bo Cheng. As if worried that the Shadowbind wouldn't understand, Danny quickly added, Bo Cheng is a barbarian, the prince of barbarian. I know that bastard. Kuei-shi gritted her teeth. Bo Cheng, you're a prince and have the support of the Mage Association. You can definitely take the blame, right? Oh right, I heard you mention Bo Gon's royal husband. Who's he? Danny changed the topic. The second royal husband of the Thunder Island Empress. Second, royal husband? Danny's mouth twitched. Is there a first royal husband? Do you know the history of Thunder Island? Seeing her thoughts, Kuei-shi slowly explained, Thunder Island is located in the south of Barbarian. It's only separated by a narrow sea. The two places are very close. Many citizens of the Golden Celestial Dynasty traveled south to Thunder Island and gradually settled down there. The founding empress of the dynasty, known as the Great One by the Easterners, Galoya, was a pure-blooded Thunder Island citizen. In order to appease the citizens of the two tribes, she took 2 husbands. One was from Thunder Island and the other was a barbarian. This tradition was passed down. The current empress followed the tradition and took a nobleman of the barbarian royal family as her second royal husband. Is Galoya creating a harem on purpose? Danny still could not accept it. Since she's from Thunder Island, she can just find a barbarian as her royal husband. Her descendants will be of mixed blood between the two tribes. Kuei-shi sighed. Of the 2 royal husbands, only the pure-blooded Thunder Island daughter who is born to the first royal husband, a Thunder Island citizen, will have the right to inherit. Therefore, every generation of Thunder Island Empress will be a pure-blooded Thunder Island citizen. Is that even possible? Why? They'll have to be mixed blood sooner or later. Danny's expression was pained. She asked again, I thought you were in Kuwait. Why did you come back to Jade Sea? If I don't leave, I'll be trapped there. Kuwait looked at her deeply and said with a complicated tone, I'm not confident that I can hatch a dragon. Before you left, I boarded the ship back to Jade Sea. You? Danny was impressed by Kuwait. You predicted that the Kuwait people would find you to hatch a dragon and ran away in advance? How can I be a shadow-binding knight if I don't even know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity? Kuwait's calm voice was filled with unconcealable pride. Tam, listen to this. This is the demeanor of a master. Your behavior of rushing to hatch an egg is too low. Is this your territory? Danny walked around the stone room. It was very spacious, deep, dark, and quiet. She could even hear Kuwait's breathing. Not bad. It's a very big cultivation room. Danny looked at Kuwait and praised. It seems that your guardian skill is not bad. Guardian skill? Kuwait sounded confused. Hey, still pretending? Danny winked at her with an expression that said, you know, I know, we all know. She chuckled and said, I'm no longer a newbie in the mystical world. I know that in order to make a living, sorcerers will learn some tricks to cheat money. That second royal husband must be a big fish. You must have taken advantage of him, right? TSK, such a big stone tower. As expected of the number one person of the young generation in the Eastern Transcendental world. Creak, creak. The shadow-binding knight started grinding his teeth again. He unconsciously clenched his fists. This is the ruins of the old gods. You don't even know about the underground labyrinth of Thunder Island? Kuwait almost growled. Danny knew that she had misunderstood. Kuwait did not seem to have a big project. She immediately changed the topic and asked, Old gods? What does it have to do with the old gods of Westeros? Maybe, maybe not, but the underground labyrinth definitely belongs to the previous civilization before the Long Night. I was invited here to investigate the truth of this place. Danny was really curious. She asked, what's so special about this place? Legend has it that the old gods still live in the depths of the labyrinth. As long as the entrance of the labyrinth is opened, they will spread the plague of the old gods. The infected will first have a fever and headache. Gradually, their thoughts will become chaotic, and they will lose their memories. They will also have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Damn, aren't those the whispers of the old evil gods? I've come to World of Warcraft. Danny closed her eyes and sensed for a while. She said doubtfully, really? I don't seem to feel anything. You can read Overview of the Jade Sea. It was written by the Volantis Colloqua Forta. The plague of the old gods lasted for almost 1,000 years. Even the Queen of Thunder Island. Some people said that they entered the underground labyrinth to have sex with the old gods. I'm not sure if it's true, but they did do some inhumane things. Kuwait paused. She pointed at her chest and asked, why do you think I'm here? It's because Her Majesty has been a little. Well, some signs are making my husband uneasy. The long night is coming. All kinds of monsters are coming out, Danny mumbled. The long night? You believe the prophecy of the Red God Priest? Danny Rise, do you really think that you are the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai? Kuwait asked. Am I not? Danny asked. She suddenly remembered something. Many people guessed that Danny Rise was the child of prophecy, including the Red God Priest. But Kuwait never said so. Danny Rise, I can tell you clearly that you are someone who can change the world. But you are not the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, Kuwait said seriously. Why? Because, forget about Yasuo Ahai, even the Light King himself can't hatch a dragon like you. This reason was so strong that Dani couldn't refute it herself. There's a Shamiliana temple priest called Kayana. She sacrificed a few hundred members of the virtuous lord's family. In the end, there was an evil soul in the fake dragon egg. What's going on? Can Lalo hatch a demon dragon? Kuei-shi shook her head. I'm not sure. Lalo is a true god. A true god who controls part of the authority of death. Hatching a dragon like you is creating new life. All the gods of death can't do it. But I can't guess their other abilities. Then she asked curiously, why is it a fake dragon egg? This. Dani touched her nose and muttered, it's all your old friend's fault. Old friend? Kuei-shi was confused. An Yasura merchant called Baohan. He insisted on giving me a bottle of fire plaster. It can glue a broken dragon egg back together without any damage. Not even a crack can be seen. Oh my god. So it's Baohan, that profiteer. You've cheated the royal family of Kars. Kuei-shi screamed. You know Baohan too? Well, like the soul mark witchcraft, I invented fire plaster. Baohan once bought 3 bottles from me. I didn't expect. Dani looked at Kuei-shi strangely. So the culprit of the fake dragon egg is you. Don't look at me like that. I developed fire plaster mainly for my family's porcelain business. Kuei-shi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate pale yellow skin. See, although I was born in Yasur, I'm not a local. My ancestral home is Xingdu. Have you heard of Xingdu porcelain? Chapter 232. The next morning, the sky was blue, and the sun lazily looked at the noisy city below. The warm sea breeze rippled along the green Honey Wine River and entered Riverside Street from Whispering Bay. The stone road was crowded with people. Dani and Whitebeard rode on horses and slowly moved along with the crowd. Dani's black hair was tied into a valiant ponytail. She was wearing a capable scarlet leather armor, leather pants, and high boots. Her limbs were slender and her body was straight. A long sword hung on her waist and a pure white cloak hung down, covering the horse's buttocks. Her willowy eyebrows had been deliberately trimmed into sharp, thick, black, sword-like eyebrows. Together with the confident and proud expression on her face and the slightly upturned lips, she had lost the last trace of childishness of a 16-year-old girl. She had completely become a valiant and confident female swordsman. When the mercenaries and knights passed by, they would often peek at her, look at her openly, or whistle and throw flirtatious glances at her. She was very eye-catching. Baristan had also changed his appearance. His long white hair was shaved off, and he was bald. His lips and beard were dyed dirty gold. When he was young, he had black beard and hair. The ends of his eyebrows drooped down, making him look more decadent. In fact, 80% of his acquaintances could not recognize him with the messy beard on his face. For example, when he was in Kors, Yora Mormont did not recognize him. The old knight's cheeks were smooth and tidy, and he was meticulously groomed. He was an old handsome man. Even if there was no terrifying difference between Jack and the water gun man, it was at least the difference between the Wolf of Wall Street and the Hunter of the Wild. The old knight was always wearing a helmet. Even if he did not pull down the visor, it was difficult to recognize his appearance. Anyway, after walking around the street, the White Knight saw at least 20 acquaintances, but none of them looked at him. At most, they gave him an indifferent glance because of the heroic female knight next to him. Were there so many people in the old town in the past? Dani asked. Although the Honey Wine River tournament would not officially begin until 2 days later, from Rose Avenue to the streets and alleys of the old town, one could see knights and free riders, bards playing harps or beating leather drums, carriages loaded with hops, ham, large rings of butter, and buckets of honey. There were also merchants, craftsmen, and prostitutes, Baristan explained, although this isn't as sensational as the martial arts tournament to celebrate the inauguration of the Prime Minister, Ide Stark, a few years ago, Taimin is truly hated by many. Other than the local knights of River Bend, many nobles from Dorne, the Land of Storm, and the port of Lannister have also come. Look over there." As he spoke, the old knight raised his hand and pointed at a group of cavalrymen on the other side of the river. 17 or 18 cavalrymen were chatting and laughing on horseback, and from time to time, some of them were convulsing with laughter. 3 of the riders who were guarding the perimeter each held a flag in their hands. The images on the 3 flags were 3 golden ears of wheat, 2 fawns, and a yellow haystack. He stared at a square-faced young man with black curly hair and said with a complicated expression, "The Harvest Hall, the Calvert family of the Young Deer Village, and the Hellair family of the Hay Hall are all lords of the Land of Storm." "Your relatives?" Dany asked. The old knight was from the Harvest Hall. He was originally the heir of the Count and had a fiancée, but in order to pursue the glory of the Kingsguard, he gave it all up. Yes, a ruthless man who didn't even want his wife. "The current Count of the Harvest Hall, Aston Selmy, my grandnephew." The old knight's voice was so low that Dany almost didn't hear him clearly. She remembered that the old knight had used the fake name Aston to hide his identity in Queers. "Do you want to meet him?" The old man misunderstood her and said hesitantly, "Although the Harvest Hall is the largest granary in the Land of Storm, it doesn't have many soldiers, and now is not the right time." "Sigh, do I lack those people?" Dany waved her hand. "It's just a chat. There's no need. That child is more honest and can't keep a secret." After a few words, the group on the other side of the river had disappeared into the crowd. Dany and Selena also turned into an alley. Under the old knight's lead, they took a few turns and finally came to a street full of riders and swordsmen at the edge of the western city. "Blacksmith Street. You can buy any kind of armor here," the old knight said with a smile. Along the way, Dany saw 7 or 8 blacksmiths. Bare-chested weaponsmiths were hammering in front of the forge. There were also free riders who had the same purpose as her, holding armor and loudly bargaining with the shop owners. There were also a few old men with wrinkles on their faces driving carriages and peddling along the street. The carriages were littered with rusty old swords and blades full of gaps. Finally, the old knight took Dany to the front of a huge stone building on the street. The walls on both sides of the wooden door were equipped with glass booths. On the glass booths hung red, blue, and white porcelain full-body armor, as well as griffins, unicorns, bison, and even megalosaurus helmets. As soon as the 2 dismounted, a servant came to greet them and took the initiative to lead the horses to the side. Then, a round-faced maid came out from the door and bowed. "What do you need?" "Swords, shields, armor, mail, and leather armor. We have them all in our shop." "I want a full-body armor," Dany said. "Custom or stock? How long will it take for you to pick it up?" Dany asked. "According to your requirements, at least half a month, but not more than 2 months. I need it urgently. We have a lot of stock here." After that, the round-faced maid asked about the price and got a reply from Dany, "The price is not important, but the quality must be the best." Then she led the 2 through a hall full of different kinds of armor, and along a cobblestone path through a courtyard facing charcoal, iron ingots, and other sundries. Finally, they came to a row of low red brick houses in the backyard. There was no door or wall on the side of the terrace house that faced the courtyard. The whole house was wide open, like a warehouse, but there were no piles of goods inside. It was full of smithing rooms that were filled with rolling heat waves, smoke, and clanging hammers. From time to time, blacksmiths would yell at their apprentices or ask them to do something. At that time, 2 young men in undershirts covered in a layer of black ash hurried through the courtyard carrying a basket of charcoal. Well, they deliberately avoided the cobblestone path. The old knight nodded and said, "Only in the hands of a blacksmith master can you buy the real good goods. Mercenaries who are shy of money will buy the goods that are displayed in the front hall." The round-faced maid smiled at him approvingly and led them straight to the largest forging room on the left. Outside each forging room, there were 2 rows of wooden shelves, hanging a mess of plate armor, iron helmet, throat guard, and other armor parts. A few guests were looking back and forth under the apprentice's introduction. "Do you want to choose by yourself, or do you want me to find an apprentice for you?" The maid asked. I'll choose. The old knight directly went forward and knocked on a silver grey plate armor. The maid said to the apprentice next to her and said goodbye to Danny, after choosing the armor, you can pay the blacksmith master directly. The armor hanging on the wooden shelves looked messy. It was a complete set that was disassembled and placed together. This way, it was convenient for the guests to check the quality of the armor, and also according to the actual situation of the guests, some parts could be adjusted. Just as they were choosing the armor, they heard a conversation coming from the blacksmith shop. A man said with full energy, Garland, you must help me. There are too many people coming to the old town recently. I don't dare to say the whole country, but all the River Bend knights who can come are here. But every time a knight comes, there will be 2 free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 soldiers, a dozen businessmen, 2 dozen prostitutes, and as for thieves, there are so many that I don't even dare to guess. With so many people, things are starting to get troublesome. This morning, a drunkard was found drowned in the Honeywine River. Can't be sure if it was an accident or a homicide. Last night, there was a riot in a tavern at the North Gate, and a few riders from the borderlands fought with the Dornishmen. Sigh, there are countless fights like this, and there are even cases of people being raped from time to time. You should send a group of people to help me maintain order. Another young man asked doubtfully, the old town's military is so weak. I remember second uncle, you started training new recruits a month ago. Garland Tyrell, Garland Hightower. The old knight glanced and said in a low voice. Danny also saw the 2 valiant knights wearing leather armor with long swords at their waists. One of them was a middle-aged man in his early 30s with the White Tower emblem on his chest, and the other was a young man in his early 20s with 2 large golden roses on his chest. Yes, Garland was Jorah Mormont's second uncle. The old man of the old town, Leighton Hightower, had many children. He had 6 daughters and 4 sons. Linny's was the youngest daughter, and Henry Foley, whom Rhys met, was the youngest son. It was not difficult to understand why Jorah could eat swan meat. There were too many children in the family, and Earl Leighton was already very satisfied to find a powerful earl as his son-in-law. Although his second daughter was married to Duke Hightower, that son-in-law had the good reputation of being the most mediocre general in the world of power. He was known as the inflatable fish in the pugilistic world, and the old man could not be proud of it. Garland said helplessly, didn't you notice when you came? The wheat in the field is ripe, and the soldiers I recruited have to put down their spears and pick up their sickles to harvest the crops. Tywin is invading the river, and you're letting those farmers go home? Garland said in disbelief. You didn't receive any messenger crows from the City of Learning? Garland was stunned and said, half a month ago, the City of Learning sent white messenger crows to all the lords in the country to pass on the news of the arrival of winter. In other words, we'll officially enter winter next year. Garland shook her head disapprovingly and said, so what if it's winter? Our River Bend is not the north, and we can at least harvest 2 more batches of wheat. The next year will be snow, and the 4th year may be the wrong spring, and we can plant and harvest crops again. For thousands of years, we Southerners have spent the winter like this, and we don't need to hoard food to delay the war. 7 layers of hell. Danny shouted very fashionably, and could not help but take a few steps forward and exclaim, you mean that River Bend, the granary of the 7 kingdoms, has no food? Garland's eyes flashed with surprise at first, but soon he frowned and asked, who are you, eavesdropping on our conversation? Such a loud voice, you can ask the guests nearby. Danny pointed at a swordsman in chainmail who was picking out iron armor. Who didn't hear your conversation? Chainmail waved his hand and shouted, you woman, don't slander me, I didn't hear Earl Garland and Sir Garland talking. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. I was standing next to Sir Garland, and my voice was not loud. Aren't you burying your head in the sand? Chapter 233. Garth Hyder smiled warmly at Danny and explained, we originally stored grain for winter, but in the past few years, the 7 kingdoms have been in chaos. Hajin County has been completely destroyed, and the king's domain has been ravaged by the rebels. Count Tolly is still running back and forth between the 2 places, cleaning up the bandits and rioters. As for the Stormlands, it is not a land that produces grain. Now that Storm's End Castle has not been taken, there is still a battle to be fought. King's Landing has 500,000 people, and they rely on River Bend to transport supplies. Then he looked at his nephew and said meaningfully, "So, do you understand now? River Bend will definitely not lack grain, but in order to maintain the normal operation of the kingdom, every grain of wheat is of great use. First ensure that the old town is not harassed by Taimin." King's Landing. Garth understood that his uncle was hinting that grain was the bargaining chip for the High Court to participate in the King's Landing power game. He smiled bitterly and sighed, saying, "Lannister himself is not in a hurry, why should we worry? It is already difficult to take care of River Bend. How long is the estimated length of winter given by the City of Knowledge?" Dany asked. "About 3 years." Garth looked at her and asked curiously, "Miss, you don't look like a local, right? Why do you care?" "Oh, a normal person would care about this, right?" "Oh, that's right." Garth was startled at first, then said admiringly, "The ladies of the Lord's house only care about whether there is a banquet tonight, which famous bard in the city. You are very different." Dany did not appreciate it and said with a cold smile, "If you allow women to participate in the tournament, and allow women to participate in politics, they will naturally not only care about the flowers under the moonlight." Garth glanced at the longsword at her waist and smiled faintly. "Queen Regent Cersei is also a woman, but I think, what she has done in King's Landing now, even her father, Duke Tywin, cannot stand it, right? Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. Let me ask you, how many years will the grain in River Bend last?" Silence filled the area as soon as she said that. The two lords looked at this arrogant and bossy girl with strange eyes. "You are... Dany also realized that these two fellows were not her underlings for the time being. She smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry, it's a matter of life and death, so I was a little anxious. I heard that this winter is unusual. There is also a Red God temple in the dock area. Haven't you heard the priests mention the prophecy of the long night? The second long night. The prophecy of the reincarnation of Yasuer and Ahai. You don't believe me?" Garth shook his head and explained, "You may not know, but as early as last winter, or even before the winter before that, there were similar prophecies circulating in King's Landing. Many people said that Prince Rhaega was the legendary son of prophecy. But after a few decades and a few winters, even Prince Rhaega died, and we welcomed a summer that lasted 11 years. Words are like the wind, and so are prophecies. This has become a story of the boy who cried wolf. No, the one who predicted the reincarnation of Yasuer and Ahai to the Westeros was a friend of Jenny in the city of Barren Stone, a dwarf witch. The Red God priests were very professional, and only in recent years did they become active after the magic tide recovered. Alas, the key was that not many people in the 7 countries felt the surge of the magic tide. Even if the prophecy is false, there must be a long winter after 11 years of summer. This can't be wrong, right?" Dany said. "So, what do you want to say?" Garth shrugged and asked. "Don't mess around. While the south is still warm, hurry home and farm. Go to the north and introduce a batch of cold-resistant winter wheat seeds, then spread the turnip seedlings all over the mountains and plains. Let's work together to survive the long winter." "It's not that we want to mess around," Garth sighed. "You know about the upcoming tournament, right? I sent the farmers home to harvest the crops, but the threat of Taimin is close at hand. In order to recruit a group of idle mercenary knights at home, I started this tournament. In fact, as early as the end of summer, when the City of Knowledge issued the autumn warning, the Hyder family began to reduce the economic crops in the territory on a large scale, and changed to wheat, soybeans, corn, turnips and other grain crops. This..." Dany was also helpless. "But miss, your suggestion is not bad," Garth said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "The crops in the north are more cold-resistant. We should really buy a batch of seeds back. This winter is unusual. The situation in the 7 countries is not stable, and the winter lasts especially long. 11 years of summer. Okay, I'll ask the scholar to send a letter to White Harbor and order a batch of seeds from Count Mandler. Garth nodded. While they were talking, a brawny man with 7 or 8 scars on his face walked over with a wooden box in his hand. His voice was as loud as a bell as he shouted, "Count, your armor is here. This time, you will definitely become the most dazzling existence in the meeting." "Thank you." Garland stepped forward and took the wooden box. He smiled bitterly and said to his second uncle, "I should have let Loras do this. He is now a white knight. He can't leave the queen's side." Garth nodded to Danny, and left with his nephew. "These two are very good," Danny said to the old knight. When the three were talking, the old knight had been standing by the shelf, eavesdropping and choosing armor. "My lord, you are lucky to have met two of the rare Westeros who are well-mannered and good-tempered true knights. If it were anyone else, unless you reveal your identity, it would cause unnecessary disputes even if you don't get whipped. Nobles will never accept criticism from people of lower status, even if the other party is obviously right," the old man complained. "I know. That's why I praised those two. Under normal circumstances, the children of the Hyder family are all very good. Lady Linny's is an exception." Danny stepped forward and came behind the scarred man who was arranging the iron ingots. She asked, "Master, did you personally make armor for Count Tyrell?" "Yes, Garth Tyrell was a count with real power in Brightwater City. Brightwater City was located at the source of the Honey River. It was a rich and productive territory that originally belonged to the Florin family. However, in the War of the Four Kings, Florin sided with his son-in-law, Erlu Stannis. Later, Hiding Tyrell allied with Lannister and defeated Erlu. The Florin family's noble title and territory were taken away. Of course, don't say that I'm bragging. It's hard to find a blacksmith in the 7 countries who can compare with old Londo. The brave Count Garland is not an exception. Many knights who truly know what's good for them are my regular customers. For example, everyone knows that the Knight of Flowers, now known as the King's Guard, went to King's Landing to participate in the tournament a few years ago. He specially came to me to make a set of bright silver armor that was as bright as a white star. The scarred man said proudly. "Do you have any armor that suits me?" Danny asked. "You're not satisfied with the ones outside? I want something better. Do you have it?" "Of course." Old Londo nodded and asked, "You want it today?" "Yes." The blacksmith frowned and looked at Danny. He said, "Fortunately, your figure is about the same as the slender youth. There's no need to make a special breastplate." "You damn old man, what nonsense are you talking about?" Danny glared at him and asked, "I won't buy it if it's not comfortable. Connor, bring me that medium-sized blue glaze armor." Old Londo ordered the apprentice who was adding charcoal to the stove. Then he turned around and explained to Danny, 32 pounds, made of fine iron. It can definitely be worn on the battlefield. It's a bit light. Isn't the plate armor too thin? Whitebeard said. It's definitely not thin. You'll understand when you see it. Indeed, it was a set of fake full-body armor with smooth blue glaze inlaid on the chest. The breastplate was of normal thickness, but it could only protect the chest and waist. The back was a layer of light chain armor. In short, this kind of armor could only protect the front. If someone attacked the back, an armor-piercing arrow could pierce through the back of the owner's heart. Of course, the old blacksmith did not skimp on the materials. This kind of armor was very common among the cavalry. When a large group of cavalry charged, their companions would help to cover the back. Reducing the weight was good for increasing the endurance of the cavalry. The old knight put down the armor and shook his head. My lord knight has an extraordinary body. Do you have a full-body armor that weighs more than 40 pounds? 40 pounds. Old Londo looked at Danny suspiciously. Miss, you have a thin waist and narrow shoulders. Your body looks a bit thin. Can you walk in it? Do you have it? Let's try it and we'll know. Danny said. Yes, we do. But the armor is neither bleached nor inlaid with colored glaze. The old blacksmith patted the white knight's chest and said with a look of disgust. It's almost the same as this old man's. It's black. Except for the unique helmet, the other parts are too mediocre. Scrap metal? Danny's mouth twitched. She said directly, let me see. I'm a real knight. I only care about the defense. I don't care about the style. After a while, two apprentices carried a wooden box over. When they opened it, Danny frowned. She picked up the iron helmet and asked the old man, is this the unique helmet you mentioned? The blacksmith said seriously, look at it. Ferocious fangs, scarlet crystal goggles, and a twisted expression. Such a realistic wild boar helmet. I'm sure children on the street will cry when they see it. Baristan lowered his head and looked at the breastplate. To his surprise, he found that it was heavy and had a cold gleam on its surface. It should be a high-grade product made with the best iron and the best quenching techniques. He could not help but ask in surprise, who ordered this? The quality is good. The price must be high. But I don't remember any wild boar nobles near the old town. Hey, old man, you have a good eye. The blacksmith looked at him in confusion but found that he had no recollection of it. This armor is called King's Hull. You know how King Robert died, right? After drinking Cersei's spiked wine, he was dizzy and his little Gigi was crushed by a wild boar. You're brave. How dare you make this armor to mock the king? Danny said in a strange tone. It's not that I'm brave. The person who asked me to make it was brave. He's just a kid from a big noble family. But before I could inlay the glaze, his father came to me. He didn't even pay the deposit. The old blacksmith sighed. With Baristan's help, Danny tried it on and found that it fit. She said, this King's Hull is good. How much is it? 2 gold royals. It's cheap. 2 gold royals were not expensive. Danny paid the money happily. After that, the two went to another blacksmith's shop to sell a sturdy helmet. Danny wanted to keep a low profile. She wanted to be a mysterious knight. She did not want to scare children. Before lunch, the two returned to the quill. Danny was surprised to see 2 familiar faces. Chapter 234. Under the sunlight, 4 or 5 grey-robed apprentices from the City of Knowledge were frolicking on the wide grass field in front of the hotel. A young man with thick arms and deformed legs jumped and spun in a circle. Then, he threw out his arm abruptly, and the green, shriveled apple in his hand flew down the honey-wine river at a high speed with a whooshing sound. At the same time, Larissa quickly pulled out an arrow from the ground in front of her and knocked it on her bow. In the blink of an eye, the large golden wooden arrow that was almost a meter long whistled through the air like a shooting star. At the highest point of the apple's trajectory, a crisp sound was heard. The apple split into 2 pieces, but the arrow didn't slow down. It flew another 40 or 50 meters before landing. Bullseye! Good! The apprentices applauded and cheered. Again, Larissa said excitedly. You've been practicing all morning. Aren't you tired? Pater, who was sitting on the grass, said sullenly. I'm going to perform in front of a master in a few days. Archery is already very. Sigh, you don't understand. Larissa shook her head and urged her partner to continue throwing apples. Throw 2 apples this time, she said. Danny rubbed her nose. Girl, you're using too much force in the wrong direction. Of course, archery is useful, but it's obvious that we're not meeting in a big place. There's no space for you to practice your archery skills. Well, this good-looking black guy was the rookie fire mage I met last night through Shake Shake. Sigh, it's too boring here. I want to go to the dock and listen to the sailors tell stories about dragons. Some people say that they've seen dragons. I want to see a dragon too, even if it's just a glimpse, a fat, short, and stupid-looking young man shouted. Rooney, you were born too late. You can't see a dragon, the assistant next to him said. He looked like he was 24 or 25 years old. His nose was long and sharp like a carrot. The leather rope around his neck was strung with 4 links. They were a chain made of white iron, tin, lead, and copper. But, is that a turnip on your shoulder? The sharp-nosed young man didn't wait for Rooney to finish and patted him on the head. Have you forgotten the modern history of your country? The last dragon died during the reign of Aegon III. The lame apprentice threw out 2 apples and muttered, "Amen, you should really go to the dock. The stories of sailors have been. Morand, how stupid are you to believe seamen's words?" The sharp-nosed scholar's assistant interrupted him impatiently. "Don't say I haven't been to the wharf, for I know better than you what sort of men those sailors are. In order to attract attention, they even lied about sleeping with mermaids and staying in the stomach of sea monsters for more than 10 years. The lame apprentice argued, "Amen, the stories of individual sailors can be dismissed with a smile, but the same story told by 4 oarsmen who speak 4 different languages." Armand shook his head. "It's not the same story. The dragon of Asha, the dragon of Quills, the dragon of Myrine, the dragon of Dothraki, the dragon of freeing the slaves, the versions of the stories are different." Lame Morand stopped throwing apples and stubbornly said, "The stories are different, but they all have one thing in common. There's a dragon and a beautiful young queen." "All right, tell me, who's the queen?" The assistant scholar sneered. "Dany rise." Dany waved her hand to let White Knight take the armor back first. She walked over herself and greeted Pater, who looked over. Then she smiled at the sharp-nosed assistant scholar and said, "The Old Town School City is nothing more than this." Aemon was furious, but when he met Dany's smiling purple eyes, he couldn't bring himself to curse. He could only mutter, "My lady, the City of Knowledge is the most prosperous academic center in the world. There's a wealth of knowledge and wisdom here. You can't insult it." "A frog in a well," Dany said lightly. "Everyone in the world, including the King's Landing officials, knows about the dragon and the Dragon Queen, but the City of Knowledge has always treated it as a rumor. Dragons have been extinct for a long time," Aemon emphasized with a red face. "Do you know about the Allied Army?" Dany asked. "Allied Army? What army?" Aemon was confused. "That's not right. King's Landing is considering joining the Allied Army, but you don't even know what the Allied Army is?" Dany was speechless. Was the City of Knowledge so uninformed? Seeing that she didn't look like she was lying, a few nearby apprentices came over. Even Larissa stopped shooting. "Do you know that the Mad King's daughter is not dead?" Dany asked. "Dany Rhys Targaryen. I heard that she married the Horse King," Aemon said. "Dragons are indeed extinct, but Dany Rhys hatched 3 dragon eggs 2 years ago and got 3 dragons." The assistant scholar shook his head. "Impossible. Since the extinction of dragons, the Targaryens have tried many times to hatch dragons, but they all ended miserably. That's why I said the City of Knowledge has an undeserved reputation." Dany sighed. "Why do you say that, Miss Layla?" Pater asked curiously. "Because no one in the City of Knowledge noticed the change in the mana tide. In fact, many mages in the world knew about the birth of dragons before they appeared. Everyone else was confused. Only Larissa's heart skipped a beat. What is the mana tide? Do you know about magic?" "Magic is just a trick," the sharp-nosed assistant scholar said immediately. Dany looked at him strangely and asked, "What did the City of Knowledge teach you?" "Valeglia only existed 400 years ago. Even if you don't know about Valeglia, you should know about Valeglia's way, right? Can that thing be created without magic?" "Well..." The assistant scholar was speechless. Dany continued the previous topic. "Dragons determine the upper limit of the world's strength. For example, in a room with a 3-meter-high ceiling, you can only jump 3 meters high. When a dragon appears, the ceiling of the world rises to 10 meters, or even 100 meters. Those who have been jumping high immediately know that dragons exist in the world. Do you understand now? Occult professionals are people who jump high." Larissa understood. But the City of Knowledge also has professors who have mastered occultism. I saw the Valeglia's steel chain on their necklaces, the lame apprentice said, puzzled. Danny shrugged. So, I think the scholars of the City of Knowledge don't live up to their name. This is a common thing in the continent of Ursos. Everyone with a little bit of status knows about it. Miss, we don't understand what you're talking about. Please be kind and tell us about the story of the dragon and the dragon queen. The silly Rooney shouted. Okay, Danny Lilith hatched 3 dragons near the Dothraki Sea. After that, she was invited to Queers, burned the Wizard's Hall of Immortality, and ferried to Astapor in Slaver's Bay. She conquered the city and freed the slaves. Half a year later, she conquered Yuankai and Meereen and restored all the slaves to freedom. She became the Queen of Slaver's Bay. But the world's maritime trade is mostly supported by the slave trade. The Dragon Queen's actions made Queers, Volantis, Reese, Tarosai, Jade Sea, and the slavers unite to form the largest army in 1,000 years. I heard that even the Westeros received the invitation, and the King's Landing did not refuse. She concluded. Look, how big of an event is this? 80% of the world's people know about it, but the City of Knowledge is not even sure if there are dragons. Even the stubborn Oman had to believe it. This was too big a matter, and lies could be easily exposed. I have to tell the professors, he said nervously. Don't go. Larissa pulled his sleeve and said solemnly, pretend you don't know anything, just like those scholars and professors. You. The sharp-nosed Oman was puzzled at first, then shocked. He said in disbelief, the scholars swore not to participate in the power. As soon as he finished, he sighed dejectedly, as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He sat on the grass, hugging his shoulders, and looked confused. If even the sailors knew about it, the scholars and professors must have known about it, but they, looking at the group of fearful, contemplative, and confused apprentices, Danny fell into deep thought. What was going on in the City of Knowledge? Even if they went against their oath and chose to take sides in the power struggle, Danny could understand. After all, the City of Knowledge was in the Old Town. But deliberately hiding or even erasing the existence of the Dragon Queen, this was a little too impulsive. It was hard to understand. It seemed that the situation in the Westeros was far more complicated than she had imagined. What a small country made up of 3 failed races. The struggle for power was so intense and complicated that it was even more intense than the 9 city-states of Ursos and the cities of Queers and Jade Sea combined. You want my daughter? Sure, the price is clearly marked, 1 gold royal. A woman's laughter came from the window on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Then the man cursed loudly that the price was too expensive. The woman retorted that her daughter Rosie was the most beautiful and pure hostess in the hotel. Not a single gold royal, not a single copper coin less. Then there was the sound of heavy breathing. In broad daylight, the adulterous couple actually, no, Rosie Danny could not help but look at the stupid apprentice, Pater. His girlfriend with cute dimples, wasn't she called Rosie? Sensing Danny's gaze, Pater's face turned red, then white. He muttered, that's Rosie's mother, Emma. Although she's the oldest among the hostesses, her body is enchanting, a lot. Danny did not want to know about a middle-aged woman's business, so she interrupted him and asked, what's the deal with 1 gold royal? This. Pater's face was conflicted, and he did not know what to say. The short fatty beside him, Rooney, did not have so many scruples. He shouted, ever since Rosie's first period came, Emma has been promoting her daughter to everyone. It's worth 1 gold royal's first night. Pater is saving money. Was this the ugliness of human nature, the distortion of morality? Or was it helplessness under the cruel fate? The window on the 3rd floor was not closed, and the sound became louder and more rhythmic. The apprentices were a little restless, and Danny could not stay any longer. She waved at Pater and walked towards the hotel lobby. You're saving money. But even if you have 1 gold royal, what can you do? I think you really like her. Danny asked. I want to elope with Rosie, but I'm scared. Right now, I just want to save up enough gold royals so that Emma won't sell Rosie. For some reason, Peter told the secret in his heart to a female knight whom he had just met twice. Even his friends didn't know about his plan. Maybe it was because her eyes were full of sincere sympathy. Chapter 235. Danny pulled Pate to an empty table in the corner and asked, "You don't want to be a scholar anymore?" "Of course I want to. A scholar can ride a big horse given by the Lord and proudly walk in front of the people in the marketplace. This is the best thing I've ever experienced in my dreams. But I'm too stupid, and I haven't been able to make a chain link in 5 years." Pate said sadly. He was very realistic and knew his own limits. The class rigidity in this world was too serious, and there was almost no way for the people at the bottom to rise. A scholar was equivalent to a super low-level version of the imperial examination. A scholar could indeed be a level higher than ordinary people, but they were only one of the Lord's aides, and their treatment was hundreds of streets worse than that of a jincher. But to become a scholar of a noble family was far more difficult than becoming a jincher. Not to mention, which was more profound in academics, the jincher round was held every 3 years, and a group of people could always be selected each time. There were only 200 or 300 Westeros lords who were qualified to raise scholars, real counts and above, and scholars would work for a lifetime. What was even harsher was that scholars didn't pay attention to 30 years old Ming Jing, 50 years old jincher. Under normal circumstances, the Lord would choose a young and promising scholar to be a substitute before their old scholar died. Like Pate, even if he worked hard and finally became a true scholar at the age of 40, there was a 90% chance that no one would want him, and he would have to waste the rest of his life in the City of Knowledge, just like the countless grey-robed scholars in the City of Knowledge who had no employers. Not to mention the competition for scholars who were born as second sons of nobles, it was too fierce. Danny asked again, "How much money do you have now?" 9 silver deer, 40 copper star coins, 200 copper coins. It was a bit miserable. 1 gold royal was equal to 210 silver deer, 1 silver deer was equal to 7 bronze stars, and 1 bronze star was equal to 16 copper coins. Well, the currency of Westeros was very complicated. Just the copper coins were divided into copper star, copper wheat, half copper wheat, copper cent, and copper coins. There were 5 types in total, from high to low, and they were exchanged in binary. For example, 1 copper star equals 2 copper wheat. Do you think this was for easy change? No, very few people could change between currencies of different metals. The exchange ratio between different currencies was too complicated. Not to mention those illiterate farmers and mercenaries, even many peddlers couldn't do it. Without an abacus or a calculator, they often found the wrong money. Danny's personal experience was that she bought the same thing with a silver deer twice, but the amount of copper coins the shop owner brought back was not the same. Previously, Danny did not understand why the people of this world made the currency so complicated. After becoming the queen and receiving tens of millions of gold royals from Slave Bay, Danny gradually understood. In short, the distribution of wealth in society was extremely uneven. For example, the Westeros had a history of more than 10,000 years. Casterly Rock City had been mining gold for thousands of years. Based on Lannister's shrewdness, he would definitely get more in than out, thus accumulating an uncountable amount of gold. Everything else aside, Tywin had lent Robert at least 3 million gold royals, which was solid cash. The entire western region had a population of less than 1 million, so on average, a beggar in the port of Lannister would have at least 3 gold royals. But we all know how ridiculous the average GDP is. More than half of the people are actually dragging the country down. The gap between the rich and poor in Westeros was so big that it was almost, alas, it was difficult to compare, but look at the miserable young man Peter. His status was actually higher than 90% of the people in the country, but under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Peter to save enough gold royals for himself in his lifetime. Even if he was lucky, his lower body would be smooth sailing, and there would be no disease or disaster. But according to his speed of saving money, by the time he had enough gold royals, Rosie would have already become his mother. It could be said that the highest grade of currency, gold royals, was almost meaningless to him. Gold royals were meaningless to ordinary people, but for the country's economy to develop normally, there must be a balanced currency system. Just like in the real world, there were currency denominations of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. Did you see it? It was almost the same as the 5 types of copper currency in Westeros. It was almost in the form of binary. I'm afraid many people have never used 2 yuan, right? If there were only copper coins, most of the people could still calculate clearly. The amount was small, and the highest grade of copper star could only be exchanged for 16 copper coins. Adding and subtracting numbers within 10 digits, there was nothing wrong with the peddler's brain. But with silver coins, especially the terrifying gold royals, the terrifying astronomical number could almost make people who counted with their fingers collapse. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. If Danny used gold royals to buy 2 copper coins of sausages on the street, how would the peddler give the change? Count the copper coins. When you count the 23,518 copper coins, not to mention whether you can count it or not, the time you wait for the change is enough for Danny to finish 100 sausages, if she can eat it. You can only use mixed currency to give the change, and then it involves a complicated calculation process. Now, how many silver deers do I have, how many copper stars, how many, damn it, if I can calculate the accurate answer quickly, I would have gone to the city of learning to make a gold necklace, representing arithmetic. Why would I sell sausages on the street? That peddler would definitely think so. In fact, it was very simple to solve this complicated currency problem. Beat the rich and get rid of Lannister, Tai Jinku, Dragon Queen, and other rich people who crazily hoarded gold coins, so that gold coins could be used as a real currency. When there were more gold coins on the market, the exchange rate with silver coins would naturally decrease. According to the huge amount of gold reserves in this world, and the extremely small population, it was completely possible to create a simple and direct currency system like 1 gold royal equals 10 silver deers equals 100 copper coins. But it was still the same old saying, the gap between the rich and the poor in the world of ice and fire was too terrifying. If the nobles did not buy luxury goods, the economy and food crops in the territory would be enough for them to live a carefree life. In other words, that stingy lord only had income in his life, and no expenses. Even if he only saved 10 gold royals a year, in Westeros, if your family did not have a history of more than 1,000 years, you would be laughed at as a local rich man. The premise was that you had a lot of money. Like Littlefinger, who was poor and had a shallow background, the nobles would never laugh at him because they did not treat him as a companion at all. For example, if someone was splashed with a bottle of mineral water at a speech conference, Big Horse and Little Horse would definitely make fun of him in private. But if someone was pushed into the river, would Big Horse and Little Horse pay attention to him? Obviously not. Even if they laughed at him, it would only happen in the circle of people of the same status. Back to the main topic, a small family with 1,000 years of history could save 10 gold royals a year, and even if the entire noble circle was included, the newly mined gold would not be enough for them. Therefore, the social classes below the nobles and big merchants had almost no gold royals to use. Gold royals were rare, and their value naturally increased. Normally, this was the time for the country to intervene. But the nobles were equal to the country, and the nobles owned all the gold royals. If the gold royals appreciated, the nobles would become rich, and if the nobles became rich, the country would become rich. Such a country would only work hard to promote the appreciation of the gold royals, and make the exchange rate of metal currencies more and more unbalanced. In the end, the common people were oppressed to the baseline of barely being able to eat and wear, only in summer. Even if the nobles were drunk, they would still be rich. With money, they would have power, and with power, they would be able to maintain their rule for 10,000 years. How unfettered! This was why Tywin could easily spend 1,000,000 gold royals to buy a sword, and why Pate could not keep his girlfriend's chastity after working hard all his life. Danny pondered and asked, if you eloped with Rosie, would you have the ability to support your own small family in the future? Pate said, I studied astronomy for the first 2 years of my life. I did not pass the doctor's examination, but I also know some basic stargazing and calculating the changes of the seasons. Maybe I can help the nobles manage the village. Danny nodded. In this world where the 4 seasons were unknown, with Pate's ability to distinguish the time of sowing, he was more than qualified to be the village chief. Pate continued, after failing, I realized that I was a little stupid, and it was a little difficult to become a bachelor, so I chose a more applicable subject. Well, I put more effort into Dr. Ambrose's lectures. 3 years later, I still did not get the silver chain. Silver represents medicine, but I know how to set bones, and how to use leeches to reduce fever. It's also not bad to be a wandering country doctor. Not bad, not bad. Danny nodded and praised. Although leeching blood was a bit of a joke, in this technologically backward world, leech therapy was one of the most mainstream branches of medicine. No matter what illness you had, you could let the leeches suck 2 mouthfuls, and maybe you would be fine. Anyway, there were no major side effects. Because of this, the leech industry in this world was very prosperous. Instead of working hard in the fields for a day, it was better to go to the river and catch a few fat leeches to make money. Well, the scholars bought an unlimited amount of leeches. Getting Danny's praise, the poor student Pate was also very excited. He continued, after failing the medical examination, I also took a hairdresser's course. Soon, I will be able to help people cut hair and shave. I can also support Rosie as a hairdresser in the city. Very good, very good. Danny appreciated this kid more and more. Although his studies were a bit bad, he was not stupid. He had mastered several skills to support his family. He could be a hairdresser in the city, he could wander around as a barefoot doctor, and he could also go back to his hometown to be a small village chief. It seemed that the city of knowledge was not completely useless. Danny thought for a moment, stared at his brown eyes, and said seriously, a gold royal and a copper coin are no different to me, but I will never pay for a whoremonger. If one morning, I hear that you eloped with Rosie, I will immediately help you pay for the colored gold that will satisfy Emma. Then, you and your little girlfriend will be completely free. How about it? Thank you, Miss Layla. I will seriously consider it. Pate said seriously. It was very easy to give him a gold royal now, and it was nothing to Danny. But if this guy was just hot for a moment, and after venting, he cooled down and decided to go back to being a promising scholar's apprentice, then, Danny would be disgusted to death. I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. The old knight appeared beside Danny like a ghost and sat in Pate's original position. Young people's passion comes and goes quickly. Before, it was just a fanatical ideal. Go back and think about it quietly for a night, and you may regret it. More importantly, he has many close friends in the city of knowledge, and the bonds of friendship are not so easy to cut off. Maybe. If there is a chance to do someone a small favor that can change their life, why not? Danny shrugged and asked, what do you think of the current situation of the 7 kingdoms? Chapter 236. I'm not sure. I don't understand the current situation. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey died one after another. Even Duke Tywin died in the latrine. Barristan furrowed his brows. I've never seen Westeros in such a chaotic state. Originally, Mace Tyrell led his troops to besiege Storm's End Keep. Just like 15 years ago, even without Stannis guarding it, he still couldn't take it down. Count Randolph Tully is a famous general. He is leading his own army to help King's Landing clean up the rebels in the Royal Domain and River Delta. 70% of River Ben's army was involved. Fortunately, Garland Tyrell brought half of his army back when he took Brightwater. Well, half of the army here wasn't half of River Ben's army outside. It was only half of House Tyrell's army. Simply put, Duke Mays led House Tyrell's army while Randolph Tully led House Tully's army. Perhaps there were other families' troops, like Roose Bolton's after Robb's division. Garland was only Mays' second son and not the heir of House Tyrell. If he wanted to inherit Brightwater, he could only rely on House Tyrell's army. Randolph had no obligation to help him. It's said that Stannis has left Dragonstone Island and disappeared with his pirate fleet. However, Dragonstone Island and Storm's End Keep are both strategic places where one man can hold back 10,000 men. It's hard to take them down in a short period of time. Blue Pavilion Island's fleet is besieging Dragonstone Island at Blackwater Bay and won't be able to return in a short period of time. River Bend, known as the Home of Knights, is actually somewhat lacking in troops. Lannister should be grateful to House Tyrell for sacrificing so much for King's Landing. However, after Tywin's death and Cersei's regent, she actually started to suppress House Tyrell's forces both openly and secretly. The old knight was puzzled and said, "The latest news is that Virgin Queen Margaery has been accused of adultery. The mastermind behind this is Cersei. It's because of a palace conflict." However, Grand Scholar Pycelle also admitted that he had made moon tea for Queen Margaery many times. The Virgin Queen who loves moon tea. How ironic. In modern society, in order to regulate the hormones in their bodies, even if they did not hold hands, they might take a small amount of contraceptive pills. However, the moon tea did not have any additional effects. Cersei might have slandered Little Rose, but Margaery was not someone to be trifled with. Her husband, Tommen, was only 9 years old. He might not be able to hold on much longer. Since his daughter has been locked up in the Great Cathedral, Duke Mace naturally has no intention of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. He's currently on his way back to the capital. The Wind's End Fortress. The old man sighed. That's why the lords of the Stormlands all ran to the old town to participate in the tournament. They don't want to take on the task of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. After all, Theon Bera has been their lord for 300 years. The King's Landing's court and palace infighting are intense. I don't know how it will end, and Stannis is missing. Sigh, it's so complicated. The old knight sighed. What's the situation in the north? I intend to send Blackie back to deliver a letter to Sir Jorah, Dany said. The north is also very. The White Knight's old face scrunched up. I didn't expect your prophecy to come true. Not only did Fry violate the tradition of the guest's rights, he even sewed the direwolf's head onto Robb Stark's neck. It's almost exactly the same as the prophecy. What's wrong with the Westeros? Do they still have justice, conscience, and honor? As the old knight spoke, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. He was unfamiliar with this untrustworthy and unjust country. I've only left for 2 years. How did it become so rotten? The old man thought bitterly. Where did that Jordan Snow go? Half a year's time is enough for him to return to the Westeros, Dany asked. I'm not sure. Why don't I ask around at the docks in the afternoon? His ship is called Ginkgo, right? No, it's Ginkgo Maiden. After the two of them had lunch, Dany practiced her fire control in front of the fireplace. She would have to pretend to be a boss in a few days, and the shriveled ball of fire was not something she could bring out. The old knight put on his cloak and wandered around the city of learning, the hotel, the streets, the docks, and other places with practiced ease. At night, he brought good news to Dany. No, to Mormont, his family was not completely wiped out. In the blood wedding that took place in River Rapture City, Robb's side lost more than 4,000 elite cavalry, almost draining the blood of the people in the north. However, the Mormont family did not lose many people. Sigh, the reason was a little awkward. Mormont's Bear Island was too poor, and there were few soldiers and few generals. Unlike the other counts who had a large group of knights and squires following them, Melji only brought her eldest daughter, Daisy, a female knight. She also had very few soldiers under her, 400 to 500 fishermen with harpoons. Melji was Cora's aunt. After Cora chose to be exiled, Old Mormont took over the position of the Count of Bear Island. Daisy is Count Melji's eldest daughter and also the heir of Bear Island. She plays the role of Eid's personal guard exactly the same as Cora did for Eid Stark back then. Stark trusted Stark very much, the old knight emphasized. Stark was also very loyal, and Stark trusted him very much, but what happened in the end? Dany smiled coldly. Old Stark wanted to cut down Mormont, and young Stark directly cut down Stark. All the people he killed were great loyal vassals. On the other hand, Bolton, who repeatedly rebelled against Stark, has always been living well. White Knight disagreed with Dany's mockery and said solemnly, Stark is not wrong. They all did it to prevent their honor from being tarnished. Dany did not refute. It was clear that the old knight, who had always valued honor above all else, was the same type of person as Ide and Robb. He had the same mindset. She asked, so, only 2 people from the Mormont family died? I remember that he had a total of 5 cousins, and there are still 4 left. No, Count Melji is not dead. At that time, Winterfell was attacked by the chameleon Theon. Do you know Theon Greyjoy? Balon's 3rd son, and now his only son. I know. 10 years ago, when Balon rebelled, Robert and I joined forces again and beat him until he knelt down and called him father. In that battle, Cora Mormont was knighted for his contributions, and then he met his little enemy, Linus. In that battle, Balon's eldest and 2nd sons died in battle, leaving only the 3rd son, Theon, who was adopted by Ide as his son. In essence, he was a hostage. Ide and Robert had also been adopted, but Theon was completely different from Ide to Jon Arryn and Ide to Jon Arryn. Duke Arryn truly treated his 2 adopted sons as his own, and gave them sincere and complete fatherly love. For them, old Arryn was willing to be Littlefinger's savior, and even raised an army to rebel against the king. Ide was an upright and good man, this was true. He also wanted to learn from his adoptive father and treat Theon as his own son. But reality did not allow this. Neither Theon nor Ide could do this. Ide had the possibility of killing his adopted son at any moment. As long as Balon rebelled again, he would immediately cut off Theon's head. Ide knew this, and similarly, the already 10-year-old Theon also knew this. Ide Stark was used to personally carrying out executions, using the clan's sword Ice to cut off the heads of the condemned prisoners. Every time he cut off a head, he would let Theon watch from the side. It wasn't that Ide was abnormal, Theon was also his attendant, and had to follow him, and learn from him at all times. That scene, one could completely imagine how great the shadow in Theon's heart was at that time. This created a deformed father-son relationship between the two. Ide had fatherly love for Theon, true love. And Theon, who had always lacked fatherly love on Tywin Island, also felt his adoptive father's feelings for him. On one hand, he was afraid of him, on the other hand, he loved him. He had always wanted to be like Robb and Jon, to become a true Stark. It was already good enough that Theon did not become abnormal. All his subsequent actions, all his tragedies, all stemmed from this. Tywin occupied Carlin Bay, so before the bloody wedding, Robb arranged for Countess Maegee to go to Neck Marsh to look for Greywater Watch. Greywater Watch? Neck Marsh is a large marsh that stretches for almost 1,000 miles. A group of short ancestors lived there, their leader was the Lyde family, the vassals of the King of the North. Greywater Watch was built on a floating island in the marsh, it was the fortress of the Lyde family. Since ancient times, no enemy had ever found the island, because it was alive and always moving. The old knight explained. That means, the Mormont family only lost one heir? Yes, Countess Maegee must be in Greywater Watch right now. Tywin still occupies Carlin Bay, and Roose Bolton's army is trapped in Neck Marsh Road, often attacked by the marsh people. Your Majesty, I find that Robb is a bit like you. The old knight suddenly said strangely. No, we are not. Dany did not ask for the reason, only firmly denying it. You said I was like Liga before, and now you think I'm like Robb. Those 2 men who broke off their engagements ended so miserably, saying I'm like them, isn't that cursing me? The old knight said seriously, I've investigated the battles Robb experienced, the Battle of Babel Forest, the attack on the camp, the Battle of Oxford. His tactical thinking was unconstrained and unconventional, exactly the same as yours. On the battlefield, the experienced Duke Tywin was almost beaten into a pulp by him. And he was very good at using the direwolf. For example, during the night attack, he first let the direwolf sneak into the livestock camp, causing the warhorses and other livestock to be terrified, and then cause great chaos. He even let the wolf bite the city guard to death during the siege. Later, the old man found a map of all the Westeros, and slowly restored the battle situation for Dany. Dany also gradually realized that the young wolf master was indeed awesome, and in some ways, he was stronger than her, because she had the experience of countless ancestors in Huaxia, and had a dragon that was far more buggy than the dire wolf. But she also saw a fatal flaw in Robb. Robb only cares about fighting Lannister, and doesn't seem to pay much attention to Stannis, Highcourt, Dorne, or even his Aunt Lisa. He has a poor grasp of the overall situation, and lacks a brilliant politician by his side. She touched her chin and commented regretfully. In fact, Dany misunderstood. It was not that Robb did not pay attention, he was just mentally and physically exhausted by the series of events, and gave the task of uniting external forces to his mother Catelyn. There was no doubt that Catelyn was a qualified and great mother, but her political talent was the same as her husband died, which was almost zero. That night, Blackie took off from the mountain where he had stayed for a day. This time, he would not land midway, as Dany wanted to test the dragon's flight limit. The next morning, Dany brought the armor that had been reprocessed and moved out of the city with Barris Tan. Yes, she signed up for the tournament as a mysterious knight, and would be living in a big tent for the next few days. Chapter 237. It was not necessary to stay in a tent to participate in the tournament. In fact, Dany would go back to the city to sleep at night, but the ground outside the city was spacious, so she could practice her riding skills and martial arts. Although Dany had practiced spear competitions before, it was her first time participating in actual combat. She was prepared to practice with the old knight. There were 2 days before the competition officially began. She did not expect to improve her skills, but at least she could be more familiar with the atmosphere of the spear competition. Starting from the base of the city wall, along the Honeywine River for half a kilometer to the north, she could see hundreds of gorgeous blue, white, beige, yellow, and red tents. There was a fence around the camp which belonged to the nobles. The knights wore shining armor, rode tall horses with gold and silver decorations, and held the family flag in their hands. They galloped around the camp shouting. In the area further away, there were scattered tents. There were no fences, no trenches, and no plans. They were scattered messily on the open space by the river. One of the tents made of green canvas belonged to Dany. She was not the only one who practiced riding and spear skills. Her armor was roasted in the bonfire, so it was dull and mottled. It was not eye-catching among a group of mercenaries. During the 2 days she practiced her spear skills, carpenters built a huge wooden grandstand and arena in the wheat-harvested field by the Rose Avenue. The main grandstand on both sides of the slender arena track was at least 15 meters high and had 5 floors. Of course, not all knights were qualified to participate in the competition in the main arena. The number of riders who came to participate in the tournament was small, only about 2,500 contestants. When Dany was surprised by the large number of contestants, the old knight told her that he had participated in at least 20 tournaments in his life, and the scale of this tournament was only below average. Dany was shocked. "You are only 64 years old, and you have participated in more than 20 tournaments. How frequent is that?" If we really count, just in the 14 years of King Robert's reign, there have been more than 20 martial arts tournaments. But as a Kingsguard, I have to protect the king, especially King Aerys. He is different from Robert and does not like to watch the tournament. The people of the 7 kingdoms like the tournament so much. Dany was a little surprised. Other than the tournament, what else can the nobles do? Barris Tan said disapprovingly. Last time, when I became Prime Minister, he held a Prime Minister's tournament. 4 months ago, on the naming day of Prince Joffrey's 12th birthday, King Robert had just held a tournament. In King's Landing alone, it was held twice a year. If other lords have extra money and want to celebrate their children's birthdays, they can also hold a tournament. In fact, King's Landing held 3 tournaments that year: Joffrey's naming day, the Prime Minister's inauguration, and Joffrey's own coronation. how many times have you won the martial arts tournament? Danny asked again. 5 or 6 times. Other than strength and skill, luck is also very important. On the third day after Danny came to the old town, Dahe flew for 2 nights and 1 day in a gliding mode at 200 km per hour, covering nearly 8,000 kilometers and returning to Astapor. In the form of a dragon spirit, Dahe used its claws to write about 1,000 words on the ground, roughly describing Danny's actions in the past week, ignoring the part about Linny's. It also told Yora a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that the Mormont family did not suffer much in the bloody wedding, but the bad news. Your father, Commander Jiro, died outside the Great Wall. The Night Watchers violated the guests' rights and killed Ghost Father Caste who served them. Old Mormont was killed by his sworn brother in the process of stopping them. The Night Watchers swore to give up their previous identity and status, and only recognize them as brothers for the rest of their lives. It had to be said that when a kingdom was about to fall, there would definitely be demons. Other than the great demons that could be seen with the naked eye like the deviant ghosts, the demons of human nature were even more terrifying. Mormont could not help but wail when he heard about his father's tragic death. He cried and confessed, "I'm sorry, father, I've disgraced the honor of the Mormont family." Danny looked at him crying with Dahe's eyes and felt sad. No matter which world it was a very sad thing for a child to want to take care of his parents but not to wait for him. She even had the urge to let Dahe carry him home to attend the funeral, but on second thought, old Mormont died in Caste Castle. That place was most likely occupied by the deviant ghosts, and Father Yora was most likely a corpse ghost. How could they attend the funeral? Just as she was thinking, Danny noticed something else. The sky was dark in Astapor, and it was noon in the old town. Therefore, she decided to take this opportunity to calculate the distance represented by the time difference every hour, and also estimate the diameter of the planet. But just as she finished calculating, she thought awkwardly, the old town is not the same dimension as Astapor, it might not even be on the equator. This error is a bit big. It would be great if I could perfectly understand the magnetic field coordinates in Dahe's senses, but it's a pity that it's more difficult to understand than magic. Just as this thought came to her mind, Danny's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly an exciting thought came to her. Magic? Can I teach Dahe black magic? For the first time, she entered Dahe's sea of consciousness in the form of a dragon spirit, dismantled the meditation runes one by one, and taught Dahe step by step so that it could learn. Although Dahe did not understand what she meant, it obediently learned. As a result, it could not even condense the most basic runes in the sea of consciousness. Why are you so stupid? After teaching for more than an hour, Dahe could not even condense the first rune. Danny, who had always been very patient with the 4 dragons, could not help but lose her temper at the excellent student. Dahe sent a thought, I feel wronged, I did what you said, but it just did not succeed. Could it be that IQ is also a threshold for learning magic? Danny pondered. There was no doubt that the dragons in this world were very smart, but their intelligence was relative to other mentally retarded animals. Compared to humans, the Megalosaurus' intelligence was like that of a child. When it was just born, under the guidance of Danny, Dahe's intelligence improved very quickly, far surpassing that of its 2 brothers. But a year later, no matter how much spiritual power Danny gave it, it encountered a bottleneck, and the speed of its intelligence improvement was extremely slow, almost stagnant. There were many conditions to obtain the inheritance of a great wizard, such as being born in a family with 14 fire peaks, the talent of the dragon spirit, and maybe wisdom was one of them. It was reasonable for a fool to be a knight, and a smart person to be a wizard. Dahe was too stupid to become a magic dragon. No, there is another way. Danny was about to give up the idea of teaching Dahe magic, ended the dragon spirit, and went out of the tent to practice riding, and suddenly thought of something. Her dragon spirit had 2 states. When a human entered the spirit ocean of the dragon, it transmitted its own instructions and received the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. When the dragon entered the human spirit ocean, it was alert of the danger around it, and at the same time, it could receive the human sensory information. If I let Dahe's spiritual power enter my spirit ocean, or even my meditation vortex, what will happen? For some reason, when Danny entered Dahe's spirit ocean, she would not bring her meditation vortex with her. But when Dahe entered her spirit ocean, her meditation vortex was unreservedly shown to Dahe. After hesitating for a moment, Danny let Dahe enter the vortex. In the spiritual space, the meditation rune materialized into a huge 9-colored vortex that penetrated the sky and the earth, and Dahe's spiritual power materialized into a huge black dragon that was 100 meters long. The moment the black dragon approached the edge of the vortex, Danny's mind suddenly shook, and the vortex spun faster and faster, almost turning into a white ball of light, like a ball of yarn wrapped by white light. From the moment the wings touched the vortex, Dahe's body was crushed little by little, turned into wisps of black smoke, and merged into the white ball of light. Hiss, there was no pain in the cry, only confusion and panic, and he struggled to get out of the vortex. But Danny was quick-witted and immediately stopped him. Don't be afraid, Dahe, our souls are merged, the ball of light will never hurt you. Hearing Danny's words, Dahe immediately calmed down, no longer struggling, and even cooperated with her to get closer to the ball of light. In a few moments, Dahe's body completely disappeared, and the white ball of light was also dyed light gray. But Danny suddenly became excited, because she felt Dahe's aura in the gray ball. As the wizard power was gradually consumed, the gray ball of light became bright white again in a few minutes. Slowly, the ball of light's rotation slowed down, and the white light returned to the 9-colored vortex. Pop! Like blowing bubbles, the vortex suddenly expanded and shrank, and another illusory 9-colored ball of light flew out from the big vortex. Another 9-colored vortex. Oh my god, it can be like this. Perfect replication. Danny was stunned. That illusory 9-colored vortex was obviously constructed by Dahe's spiritual power, and its rune structure and operation mode were exactly the same as hers. Without hesitation, she immediately changed into her dragon spirit state, and sent a trace of her spiritual power into Dahe's spirit sea together with the illusory vortex. Buzz buzz buzz. The magma-red soul space was vibrating, and countless blood-colored threads flew in from all directions, entering the 9-colored vortex that was like the eye of a storm. Visible to the naked eye, the illusory 9-colored whirlpool began to solidify, and even began to expand. Finally, it stretched across the soul space that resembled a pool of magma, connecting the heavens and the earth. The dark red space began to become resplendent and colorful. So big! Looking at the 9-colored vortex that was like an upside-down mountain, Danny was shocked. This was Dahe's magical power. Like Danny, who did not receive the inheritance of the Great Wizard, Dahe had wizard power in its body, but it was all scattered in its blood and spirit sea, and the growth was slow, the utilization rate was low, and the efficiency was low. According to the comparison of Danny's wizard power before and after learning the meditation technique, Dahe's power had increased by at least 5 times with this meditation technique vortex. Moreover, the meditation technique was actively absorbing the mysterious high-energy energy in the universe, and the level of its magical power was also increasing. Dahe was going to become a demon. Squeak! Dahe also noticed its own changes, and roared excitedly at the sky. Squeak! Little Green, who was sleeping on the stone wall, was awakened, and roared back unhappily. TSK TSK. Dahe stared, and a strange light flashed in its blood-colored vertical pupils. Boom! It stuck out its neck, and 2 bright red fire snakes that were 4 to 5 meters long came out of its nostrils. Squeak! Little Green was so scared that it turned over, and half of its body rolled down the stone steps. Ah! Jorah Mormont woke up from his mournful thoughts, and quickly got up and shouted, "Don't fight, don't fight!" Squeak! Little Gold, who was originally hiding in the corner, blinked its golden eyes, and shrank further inside. Oh, Dahe, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your nose can shoot fire now? Jorah reacted, and exclaimed. Chapter 238. Under the morning sun, the top of the 5-story wooden platform was imprinted with a layer of warm red light. The flag of the White Tower and the flag of the Golden Rose on a green background stood side by side, fluttering happily in the warm morning breeze. The elegant Sir Baylor Hyder left his seat and came to the railing of the platform. He smiled and gestured with his hands. When the audience and riders below quieted down, he announced loudly, "In the name of my father, the old man of the old town, Leighton Hyder, the Honeywine River tournament officially begins." Wow! The audience, whether they were standing at the side of the arena or sitting on the wooden platform, all stood up and applauded. Bang 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 bang. In the middle of the two wooden stands, the contestants crowded together also hit their shields on horseback. Dani, who was at the side, actually did not hear anything. She only saw the others howling and hitting their shields with their swords. She also took down the oak shield hanging on her saddle, placed it in front of her, and hit it with her iron gloves. "What are they doing?" she asked the old knight beside her. The white knight did not sign up for the tournament, but as the mysterious knight's attendant, he had to stay by Dani's side at all times. If Dani was alone, it would be difficult for her to even get up and down the horse. After all, the shields and spears used in the spear tournament were not small. Someone had to hand them to the contestants. Also, if an accident happened and they were knocked off their horses, an attendant would have to help remove their armor and rescue them. That is Sir Hyder, known as Laughing Baylor. As the heir of the old town, he is hosting the tournament on behalf of his father. Without a doubt, the name of the eldest son of the Earl's family came from the blessed Baylor. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, this was almost an act of suicide. Not to mention having the same name as the emperor, even the words in the emperor's name could not be repeated. But in this other world, giving a child the same name as the Lord became a means to curry favor with the king. Even if one did not want to curry favor with the king, using the name of the great king was also a blessing for one's child. For example, the male lead in Game of Thrones, Jon Snow, was named after Ned Stark's foster father, Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn's son, Theon Arryn, came from Robert Byra. As a matter of fact, let alone Baylor, the old man of Old Town, Count Raiden, had a daughter named Dani. Why didn't his father show up? Dani asked again. In recent years, Lord Laydon and his eldest daughter, Maroya, have been staying in the Towering Tower to study magic. Study magic? How many years has it been? Could it be that because of what happened to his youngest daughter, Linus, he felt too ashamed to meet people and found an excuse to hide at home and not go out? Dani suspected. No, not long after Lady Linus married Mormont, he began to shut himself in and studied the mysterious scrolls from Asha and Valeglia on the top floor of the Towering Tower. The old knight shook his head. So early? The magic wave hadn't even come back then. It was still the end of the magic era. Dani became more suspicious. No one knows a daughter better than a father. He must know his youngest daughter's temperament very well. The economic situation of Bear Island is no secret either. He probably knew that the couple wouldn't have a good ending, so he hid in advance. Although this made sense, the old knight still wanted to refute it. Count Lydon's eldest daughter, crazy woman Maroya, has never married in her entire life and studied magic in the Towering Tower. What do you mean? Maybe there was a breakthrough in her research and the Count's attention was drawn to it. You said it yourself. Miss Haythar is nicknamed Crazy Woman. Crazy Woman. Dani suddenly paused. She thought of Marvin. In the past 2 days, she had asked around about Marvin. As one of the few professors in the City of Knowledge, it was easy to find out about him. In his early years, Marvin had studied magic and occultism. After obtaining the Valeglia steel chain, he had gone to the distant east to study abroad for 8 years. He had drawn maps, searched for lost books, visited wizards and shadow binders, and even learned the meditation techniques of the moon singers. But when he returned to the old town, the scholars laughed at him. There was even a professor nicknamed Vinegar, who gave him a humiliating nickname, Magician Marvin. In the City of Knowledge, which denied magic and advocated science, being called a magician was an insult. It was like a master of physics who had won the Nobel Bell Prize, but his colleagues called him a metaphysician. Maybe crazy woman Maroya was also one of those people who had been slandered and misunderstood? So, The magic materials she had studied for decades might be real? The towering tower seems to be a tower too. There's almost no defense on the top floor, she said to the old knight tentatively. The old knight's face twisted as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence. The city of knowledge that records the history of the 7 kingdoms is right next to us. If we really do it, we'll definitely go down in history in infamy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just as Danny was about to say, I rule the spring and autumn, and we're all saints, the crowd in front of her suddenly burst into cheers that were louder and more passionate than before. What's going on? She stood on the saddle and tried to look ahead. She didn't know when, but there was a curly-haired girl around 12 or 13 years old next to Laughter Baylor. She was a little far away, so she couldn't see her face clearly. She was wearing a pure white dress embroidered with golden lace, and her long brown hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Baylor was smiling as she placed a golden rose wreath on her head. Lelia, Lelia, Lelia! Someone in the crowd shouted, and then the others followed suit. The scene was like a pot of hot pot soup heated by a 3,000-watt induction cooker. White Knight sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, 7 gods above, the crown of love and beauty. That little girl named Lelia is Baylor's daughter? Yes, Laughter Baylor is about the same age as Prince Liga. His daughter should be about the same age. She's probably going to have her first period and can get married. Maybe Sir Baylor wants to pick a husband for her. After putting the wreath on her daughter, Laughter Baylor waved her arms and said something. Immediately, 4 knights in gorgeous armor stepped out of the crowd and knelt down on one knee below Lelia. She was probably swearing that she would protect her crown and fight for her honor. Baylor also knelt beside her daughter, kissed the back of her hand, and vowed to protect her daughter's crown. Seeing this scene, the crowd below cheered even louder. Although the martial arts tournament was often held, the Queen of Love and Beauty was not always there. Most of the matches were one-on-one turn-based. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would advance to the next round. The winner of the last round would be declared the champion. There was also a competition mode. The organizer of the tournament would let his daughter be the Queen of Love and Beauty. 5 powerful guardian knights would swear to fight for her honor. After the elimination round, the other winners could challenge one of them. If the guardian knights could also advance, they could take their place after winning. The final winner could choose the original woman to be the queen, or they could choose another. For example, in the Prime Minister's tournament held at the beginning of the story, there was no Queen of Love and Beauty. Well, although the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a bouquet of roses after one of his victories, Sansa was not the Queen of Love and Beauty that year. Loras himself was not the Queen of Love and Beauty. Every time he won, he would give a beauty a flower. First, the organizer, King Robert, did not elect a Queen of Love and Beauty at all. He did have a daughter, but Princess Marcella was too young to marry. The main purpose of the tournament was to welcome good friends, not to show off his daughter. Secondly, the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a rose, not a crown. At the time, he had only won one of the matches, and the finals had not even begun. In the end, only the champion had the right to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty. The champion of that year was the Hound. Of course, it could also be said that Sansa was the Queen of Love and Beauty without a crown, because the Hound only expressed his masculine urges to her. Sigh, the Hyder family is really full of talents. Lelia's crown will most likely be kept. Her 5 guardian knights, her father, 2 uncles, and 2 cousins are all powerful true knights. Normal lords would never dare to hold a Queen's Crown tournament. It would be too embarrassing if the 5 guardians were all defeated before the finals, the White Knight said with a complicated expression. After the 5 guardian knights were chosen, Danny and the rest of the contestants in the arena began to disperse. This was the main arena. During the auditions, only famous noble knights had the right to show their might in front of others. Wild knights, hired riders, and mysterious knights like Danny had to go to the desolate arena nearby to fight. With 2,500 contestants, the first round alone would take more than 1,000 battles, and each battle would take at least half an hour. So, along the banks of the Honeywine River, there were 100 arenas. Danny received the arena number 87. After walking north for more than a mile, she saw an arena that was less than 20 meters wide. The arena was paved with soft yellow soil, sprinkled with water, and drawn with lime powder 200-meter-long lines. The lines were 10 meters apart, and in the middle was a wooden fence that was 1.5 meters tall. The riders would charge at each other through the fence. Beyond the lines were the audience seats. The arena was 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. There was not even a guardrail, let alone a wooden seat. Were the organizers not afraid that the warhorses would charge out of the arena and kill the audience? Sigh, they were not afraid, because other than the contestants, their night attendants, friends, and family, there was no audience at all. Danny and Baristan found themselves in such a desolate patch of yellow mud. Looking around, they could see through 30 or 40 arenas that were lined up next to each other. The land on the riverbank was so flat that there was not even a high hill. They could see the bottom at a glance. The first round of the competition has begun. The MC, whose leather armor was printed with a huge white tower pattern, stood in the middle of the arena and shouted, "Shit shell Jimmy, are you here?" I'm here. A sallow-faced man wearing a gray, worn-out iron armor hurriedly pressed the rusty iron helmet on his head, crying out, "Ouch, ouch." Half of his head was stuffed in, and the parts below his nose were stuck outside. The middle-aged rider cried, "No, my nose is stuck. Brew, come and help me." Bleeding? The bearded man next to him exclaimed, "The nut is rusty and falling off, the helmet is crooked, and the nose is cut by it. Profiteer, damn profiteer, I spent 80 copper coins." Shitshell Jimmy bared his yellow front teeth and, with blood dripping from his upper lip, cursed the Blacksmith Street vendor who had sold him the helmet. "Hey, Shitshell Jimmy, can you still do it?" The MC couldn't wait any longer and shouted. "Get me a pair of pliers," the bearded man called out. The MC shook his head. "We're not responsible for that. Jimmy, you can leave." Sigh, what bad luck. I wanted to show off my skills and maybe become the champion and put a garland on Miss Lilia's head. Jimmy mumbled and waved his hand as his companion led the horse away. Looking at the list on the parchment, the MC continued shouting, "Mystery Night, Batman?" Chapter 239. The mysterious knight, Batman, is he here? Danny immediately rode forward and deliberately made her voice low and hoarse. "Batman is here. You've advanced." "What?" "Congratulations on eliminating Dung Shell Jimmy. You've advanced. You don't have a match this morning. Report to arena number 44 in the afternoon. Remember not to be late," the MC said. Danny was stupefied. After a while, she rode away under the constant urging of the MC. "Let's go," the old knight said. "I want to watch more. Pay attention to the contestants nearby." The old knight pointed at the armored knights who were ready to go. Many of their armors are either old and rusty or assembled with second-hand parts. Knights who can't even afford armor are obviously skilled in battle tactics. If you really want to watch the match, it's better to go back to the main venue. Danny looked around and sighed. She silently followed the old knight and left the arena. He was right. There were no peerless swordsmen like Hoodlum and Fu Hongxue in this world. Relying on a broken iron ruler, without any martial arts manuals, and only practicing the two simple moves of stabbing and drawing the sword, one could become a top master in the world. This was a common story in martial arts novels. But in this world where physique, strength, skills, equestrian skills, warhorses, and armor were all important, such stories would never happen. Great knights could only be born in wealthy families where they did not have to worry about food or clothing and had martial arts masters to teach them since they were young. The horse walked steadily on the yellow dirt road. From time to time, the sound of spears and shields colliding and the cheers and cries of knights could be heard from the arena. Danny looked at the match and asked the knight next to her in a muffled voice, has there ever been a legendary knight among the poor? The White Knight thought for a moment and said, in the last 100 years, half. Danny turned around and said in surprise, half? Do you know the name of Prince Fran? Duncan Targaryen. Yes, the prince was also called Short Duncan. But he was not short. He was a handsome man who was 1.8 meters tall. So, there must have been a legendary, tall, Duncan, a great knight of commoner origin? Danny said thoughtfully. Yes, my lady, you're so smart. Looking at Danny with admiration, the White Knight continued, Sir Duncan is a Kingsguard from the previous generation. He is more than 2 meters tall. When he was young, Aegon V even changed his name to Igo and worked as an attendant for the mercenary knight Duncan for a period of time. Aegon V was Danny Rise's great-grandfather, and the first man who broke off the engagement, Prince Duncan, was his eldest son. Using the name of a mercenary white knight to name the crown prince, how much does that Aegon V worship his own iron guards? However, although Sir Duncan came from the slums of King's Landing, he was adopted by Sir Alan since he was 5 years old and received a good knight's education. He is not really a commoner. Unlike the arena for mercenary knights, the main arena was filled with fluttering banners and loud voices. The contestants were wearing bright and shiny armor, like the heroes described in thousands of ballads, each more heroic than the last. The sound of the warhorses' hooves rumbled, trampling the ground of the arena into a dilapidated muddy ground. The wooden stage was filled with spectators, wearing gorgeous dresses, reservedly and passionately cheering for every victor and sighing for every knight who fell off the horse. Especially the noble ladies and young ladies sitting in the front row. Every time a knight waved to the audience on both sides, they would blush, cover their mouths with fans sprayed with perfume, and scream like crazy. It was as if they imagined all the knights as their own guardian knights. They might also think that since there were so many people shouting, no one could be sure that they were shouting, and no one could see their bloody mouths open like a hippopotamus. Woo woo woo. When Danny came over, she happened to hear the sound of the horn. When the audience in the arena quieted down from the discussion of the previous battle, the horn ended, and the MC shouted, Lady Lelia's guardian knight, Count Garland Tyrell of Brightwater City. The Count rode a black horse into the arena with a straight back. He was wearing a gorgeous silver armor, which was polished to a dazzling silver. A pair of green vines and 2 clusters of golden roses were inlaid on his chest. Danny and the other spectators were shocked to find that the bull-sized golden flowers were mostly pieced together by countless golden crystals. Hiss! Thousands of throats gasped at the same time. The mysterious knight from Brightwater City, the old gardener. The MC continued to announce. A smoky gray armor covered with a lapis lazuli cloak. The cloak and his fox-shaped helmet were the only decorations on his body. However, when the mysterious knight appeared, the jubilant atmosphere suddenly froze, as if an awkward person that everyone knew had entered the lively banquet. Even the noble ladies stopped cheering. Who is this person? It seems like everyone knows him, Danny said, puzzled. A blue cloak, a fox helmet, from Brightwater City, and calls himself the son of the gardener. He must be a Florin. According to the information we gathered, he is most likely Sir Ale Ken, who came to ask Hyder for help, the old knight said with certainty. Just as the two of them were talking, the 2 knights in the arena had already charged over. Boom! The mysterious knight's long wooden spear hit Count Garland's wooden shield hard, and the spear shattered. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Danny could clearly see the outer layer of the shield caved in, and then the white wood splinters flew in all directions like bullets, bringing about a fine muffled sound on the armor of the 2 knights. Wow! Thousands of mouths gasped in unison. Good! The old knight commented loudly. Steady, accurate, ruthless, and skillful. The spear shattered, but the rider was not injured at all. Count Garland also blocked very steadily. After blocking such a powerful blow, the warhorse's movement did not change. It seems that all the force was released and did not affect the mount. While the fox helmet was swapping for the spear, the old knight said, during the War of the 4 Kings, Florin originally followed Tyrell and joined Renly. After Renly's death, Tyrion withdrew, but Lord Alistair Florin turned to Stannis for the sake of his brother and niece. Stannis's wife was from the Florin family. After that, Tyrell and Lannister formed an alliance. Stannis lost, and Florin of Brightwater City was in an awkward position. Duke Tywin stripped the Florin family of all their lands and titles, and gave Brightwater City to Sir Garland Tyrell as a reward for his heroic performance in the Battle of the Blackwater River. In order to win back Brightwater City, Count Alistair intended to represent Dragonstone Island and negotiate with the King's Landing, but Stannis directly sacrificed him to the King of Light. The heir of Brightwater City, Alistair's son, Sir Aelken, fled to Old Town to seek the protection of the Hyder family. I didn't expect him to participate in the tournament, and to meet Count Garland so dramatically. What's the relationship between Sir Aelken and the old man of Old Town? Dany asked. Alicent's sister is Count Lydon's wife. This. Dany was a little confused. Garland Tyrell's mother is Count Lydon's daughter, right? Is this an internal strife? No, Count Lydon has already lost 3 wives, and the current Lady Florin is the 4th. The children of the 4 wives are not the same. Lynys and Henfrey have the same father and mother, but Henfrey and Smiling Baylor have the same father but different mothers. So complicated. If I were the old man of Old Town, I would definitely hide in the towering tower and not come out. Dany's mouth twitched. The two chatted as they watched the mysterious knight and Count Garland clash. In the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds, both of them blocked each other's spear, but the wooden spear did not shatter. Based on the current score, Count Garland will probably lose. The old knight said. Not necessarily. In this tournament, the organizer, Sir Garland, stipulated that there were 5 rounds in the spear duel. Directly knocking the opponent off his horse did not happen every time. Therefore, the winner had to be decided based on the score after the 5 rounds. The place where the spear hit, the smoothness of the movement, the ability to control the horse, whether the horse slowed down or twisted during the collision, whether the movement of the spear was standard. These were all points to be scored. In the previous 4 rounds, the mysterious knight's attack was ferocious. Count Garland's abdomen was grazed and lost a lot of points. In the next 5 rounds, Dany, like the thousands of spectators, held her breath and stared at the 2 knights who were slowly accelerating in the field. Under the sun, the sound of the horses' hooves rumbled. The knight leaned forward, the shield in his left hand in front of his chest, the spear in his right hand extended. The horse was galloping at its highest speed, but the spearheads of the 2 knights were still stable, not good. At the moment before the collision, perhaps due to the impact of the sun, the mysterious knight's eyes were dazzled. His right hand trembled, and the tip of the spear was slightly tilted. Bang crash, Garland's spear hit the chest of the mysterious knight, knocking him to the back of his horse. But almost at the same time, the old gardener's spear went past Garland's shield and pierced towards his face. Fortunately, Count Garland had quick reflexes. He raised his neck abruptly, and the wooden spear scraped against his throat armor, producing a teeth-numbing sound. In the end, it hit the bottom of his helmet, sending the shining silver helmet flying. A bloody mark appeared on the Count's chin and ear. Fresh blood flowed out. Ah! The spectators gasped. The young girls covered their mouths, almost crying. Woo-woo! The horn sounded, and Garland Hyder rushed into the field, shouting for the scholars to come and save the 2 knights. Actually, the injuries of the 2 knights were not serious. Garland's face was scratched, and his face was covered in blood. It looked scary, but it was only a flesh wound. The mysterious knight, on the other hand, had thick armor. He was completely fine after being stabbed by the wooden spear. After 7 or 8 minutes, the 2 knights left the field. The MC stood up and shouted, "The mysterious knight has fouled. Count Garland Tyrell wins. That guy did it on purpose. He wanted to kill Garland," Barristan said with a serious face. "Yeah." Dany nodded in agreement. In a spear fight, it was against the rules to attack the opponent above the neck except when the wooden spear fragments accidentally hit the head. The old gardener was familiar with the first few rounds, and he was very experienced. He did not look like someone who would make such a low-level mistake. The old knight said with a serious face, "Brightwater City is still under the control of the Florin family. Garland led half of the Tyrell family's army back to the High Court to take Brightwater City. However, there was an accident midway. Taimin actually took over the Shield Islands, broke into the Monde River, and threatened the foundation of the Tyrell family, the High Court. The Seven Kingdoms have already destroyed the Northern Territory, Hejian, the Western Territory, and the Royal Territory. The Stormlands are still besieging the Wind's End Fortress, and River Bend is also under attack. What happened to the Westeros?" The old man sighed sorrowfully. Report. Suddenly, a fast horse galloped down Rose Avenue. The rider waved a scroll of parchment and shouted, the latest news from the City of Knowledge. Balon is dead. Balon fell off the bridge and died 4 days ago. The king of Taimin is dead. The old town is safe." Really? The people in the arena were in an uproar. They did not even look at the tournament and ran towards the rider. "The City of Knowledge has received the latest news. King Balon fell off the bridge and died. His younger brother, Yu Luan, intends to take the position of Sea Stone. Taimin Island is in turmoil. The old town's crisis has been resolved." The rider squeezed through the crowd and arrived below the rostrum. He reported to Baylor and the other nobles in a loud voice. Good. Mary Baylor laughed so hard that his mouth cracked open. He put aside the dirty business between his two relatives and just kept cheering. "Good my ass, River Bend is in danger." Danny's expression changed drastically. Chapter 240. The residents of Old Town, the nobles of River Bend, and the riders were overjoyed. The most prestigious, most ambitious, and most feared King Balon of Taimin was dead. Taimin Island was in a state of disunity. His only son, Theon, had been skinned alive. Asha, a woman, could not inherit the throne. His good-for-nothing brother, Yu Luan, had actually started the ancient and cruel King's Selection Assembly. The nobles of Taimin Bay were eager to make a move. They all had the idea of getting their hands on Seastone's position. In short, Taimin was finished. Old Town was safe. We can happily participate in the tournament. Because of this good news, Baylor waved his hand and directly raised the reward of the champion from 8,000 gold royals to 20,000 gold royals. Even the second place was given 10,000 gold royals. The knights at the scene were in an uproar. People sang and danced. The banquet was held, and the music did not stop. Danny was puzzled. It's only been 4 months. How did Yu Luan complete the second exploration of Valeglia Island in such a short time and cross thousands of miles of sea to return to Taimin Bay? The old knight was also very puzzled. I thought he was still floating on the summer sea. But he can't affect the overall situation. Now that King Balon is dead, the internal strife alone will consume most of Taimin's power. River Bend is finally safe. Danny looked at him in surprise. No way. Others may not know, but you don't know Yu Luan's ruthlessness? The old knight shook his head and sighed. Ruthlessness does not mean prestige. He left Taimin Bay for almost 3 years. Who still remembers him? And Yu Luan is not the only male of the Greyjoy family. No one will obey him. Otherwise, he would not have called for the King's Selection Assembly. What's the King's Selection Assembly about? Danny asked. Gather all the captains of the Iron Islands to vote for the new Iron King. A very advanced system. Danny was even more puzzled. Alas, men can play with the most advanced systems more barbaric than the Dothraki. There was someone who ambushed the archers during the King's Selection Assembly and massacred all the candidates. There was someone who, after being elected as the Iron King, immediately exterminated the previous king's family. There was. Danny was startled and said, according to Yu Luan's character, would he do something he wasn't sure of? Maybe he was the one who killed Balon, and then he will become the real Iron King through the King selection. Even so, it will take half a year to a year for River Bend's main forces and Clear Pavilion Island's fleet to return from King's Landing. At that time, with River Bend's absolute strength, whether Taimin is united under Yuluen or not is no longer important. The two of them didn't reach a consensus about Yuluen. After lunch, the mysterious knight, Batman, officially appeared in arena number 44 in the afternoon. In just a moment, Danny fiercely stabbed. Pang! The spear broke the opponent's left arm that was holding the shield. The guy howled and fell from the horse. The mysterious knight Batman advanced to the next round. Then the two of them ran to the main arena to watch. After watching for a while, Danny suddenly realized something. There were many contestants in the main arena, and they hadn't finished a round yet. In other words, wild knights like Danny had already been eliminated in 2 rounds, a total of 3/4 of the contestants. The contestants in the noble area hadn't finished the first round, so the elimination rate was less than half. There was a huge difference in the elimination rate between the 2 arenas. I was still too naive. I thought that the nobles would lower the promotion rate if they got attention. I didn't expect them to be so shameless, Danny said angrily. She had thought that if the nobles killed each other in the arena, the free riders would make up the majority of the remaining winners. Everyone is like this. The mercenary knights also know this. The old knight had a disapproving look. If the nobles didn't have any preferential treatment, why would everyone fight to be a noble? Reality was crueler than Danny had imagined. The next day, she participated in another round in the morning and another in the afternoon. So far, after 4 rounds of elimination, only 1/16 of the over 2,200 wild knights were left. There were about 140 riders left. At this time, more than 300 noble riders hadn't finished the first round of competition. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Danny advanced to the 5th round and there were only 70 wild knights left, the noble contestants finally finished the first round of competition. There were 150 contestants left. All the contestants rested for half a day. From the 4th day onwards, 220 knights would be mixed and they would compete together in the main arena. Danny could finally show her power in front of an audience. At the same time, she could also move her tent into the main camp. From the afternoon onwards, the camp was in a carnival. Fat roasted cattle were slowly turning over the fire, dripping oil and hissing. The air was filled with the fragrance of garlic and pepper. The handsome bard played the harp and sang in front of the crowd. The singing and dancing troupe set up a stage and performed operas related to knights, such as The Dance of the Blood Dragon, Jenny of the City of Barren Stone and the Prince of Dragonflay, The Fool Florian and Joan, The Dragon Knight and Queen Naisi. There were also knights holding a banquet in their tents. Young attendants ran around under their orders, carrying beer barrels and empty plates out of the tents. There were also cooks who worked together to carry a long string of fragrant roasted chicken and golden roasted lamb. A few women in thin colorful clothes were led into the tents by attendants while laughing at each other. Almost every tent had one or several shields displayed outside. There were the family emblems of the nobles who lived there. There was the trapezoidal white tower of the old town, the golden rose of Tyrell, the grape cluster of the Redwind family, the wheat ears of the Harvest Hall, the horned bull's skull of Black Crown City, the Holy Grail and Black Rose of the Three Towers Castle, the black and orange butterflies of Highland City. Of course, someone had also erected 3 long spears and a shield outside the tent. There was a black bat drawn on it. The old knight was very confused and dissatisfied with the design, so he purposely drew it a little like Big Black. Is Batman Knight inside? After lunch, Danny entered the dragon spirit state and closed her eyes to meditate with Big Black. Suddenly, there was a call from an attendant outside the tent. Yes, Big Black had returned to the Westeros for 2 days. The others only knew that Danny could control the black dragon, but they did not know the details of the dragon spirit. Cora wrote a letter and tied it to Big Black's leg and sent it over. Actually, Danny knew more about the current situation in Slave Bay than Cora. Big Black had specially checked around Slave Bay and New Gith. The Allied army still had no intention of launching an attack. That was right, Call's dragon-slaying crossbow was not completed yet. After condensing the meditation vortex in her mind, Big Black seemed to have some positive changes. His magic power and physical strength had increased a lot, and his top speed had increased by almost 1/5. It only took him 30 hours to return to the old town. Another thing that surprised Danny was that when she entered the dragon spirit state, she could meditate together with Big Black. Their 9-color vortexes rotated at the same frequency, and her wizard power increased more than twice as fast as before. It was as if Big Black had helped her level up. Therefore, whenever she had free time, she would meditate together with Big Black. Danny sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat and did not move. The old knight consciously opened the curtain and went out to talk with the attendant. About a quarter of an hour later, he came in with a primary colored oak barrel and reported, "My lady, Sir Garth invited you to a banquet." "Why?" Danny asked curiously. "Not only you, but also the 70 hired horsemen who entered the last round were invited. Because of Tai Min, Sir Baylor intends to build the Old Town Fleet, and Sir Garth is in charge of recruiting city guards. The horsemen who have passed 5 rounds of elimination can at least become the captain of the cavalry." "You refused?" The old knight returned the barrel in front of Danny and sat back. He nodded and said, "I only said that you are now the mysterious knight and intend to maintain this identity until the end of the tournament." The attendant expressed his understanding and also gave you a barrel of golden wine from Qingting Island. Bang bang bang. The shield erected outside the tent was knocked a few times, and then a voice came, "Is Batman Knight here?" "Who is it?" the old knight asked as he got up. "I am the bookkeeper of the Four Corners Casino." The old knight immediately sat down again and interrupted him, "You can go. We are not gambling." The bookkeeper did not leave and continued, "Sir Knight, it doesn't matter if you don't gamble. We also buy the information of the contestants at a high price." Danny was puzzled when she heard the old man shout angrily, "We will win, we will win. Absolutely not a fake match." The man outside cursed a few times and left. "Selling information is a slang in the casino for fake matches?" Danny asked curiously. "Apart from the information that you are bound to lose, what else does it mean? Who doesn't know Count Garland, Sir Baylor, and the others? Who hasn't seen them compete? Do you know how to use this information to defeat them?" "That's right. Actually, you can bet on me to win. Tomorrow, you can test the waters with 100 gold royals." The next morning, the sky was clear and the sun was warm. Outside the old town, in the main arena by the Yellow Road. When the MC shouted, "Batman the Mysterious Knight," Danny rode forward excitedly to the track north of the arena. "Batman? Ha ha ha, he is so small, so ugly, little bat." Immediately, the audience roared with laughter. Compared to the strong male knights who were as sturdy as city walls, Danny looked frail and weak. It was no wonder that her high-quality armor was sold for only 2 gold royals. An adult could not wear it, and an underage teenager was still growing. 2 gold royals to buy a set of armor that could not be worn for 10 lifetimes was not worth it. Well, it was normal for a knight's armor to be passed down for 100 or 200 years. According to White Knight, the enchanted bronze helmet of Bronze John of Runestone City was passed down from his ancestors 5,000 years ago. When Danny took the spear and shield from White Knight, her laughter became louder and louder. The spear in her hand was very incompatible with her slender and tall body. There was an illusion that her hands were too small and the wooden spear was about to fall off. Which noble boy is this? He wants to imitate fearless Baristan. There were also experienced people who saw some details about Danny. Although the armor is pitch black and the color is uneven, there is no trace of rust. The structure is complete and there are no traces of piecing together. The black horse she is riding is a first-class horse, at least 3 gold royals. And her knight's spear, damn it, what a wastrel. One spear made of gold wood from the Midsummer Islands costs 3 silver deer. Even the King's Slayer is not so extravagant, right? After being reminded, the people around gradually became thoughtful and began to discuss which noble's family emblem was related to the black bat. Well, the contestants participating in the spear competition could use the birch spear provided by the organizer, or they could carry their own spear. Although all wooden spears would shatter in a high-intensity collision, the quality of the wood was different and the strength of the impact was different. The gold wood of the Midsummer Islands was the best material for bows and arrows, and also the best material for spears used in competitions. The MC shouted, "Harvest Hall, Count Aston sell me." Chapter 241. Aston had sky-blue eyes similar to his granduncle's, long and elegant brown hair, and a handsome face. The White Knight's grandnephew wore a bluish-purple cloak with silver edges and a silver helmet inlaid with golden wheat ears. A map of the wilderness was drawn on his breastplate with colored glaze. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted cheers from the crowd. He waved his arm at the noble girls in the front row, and after a wave of exclamations, he threw a flying kiss. The atmosphere was so warm that it almost melted people. "How's the defense of this guy's armor?" Danny asked her attendant. "It's very strong. It's made by a real master blacksmith of Kohler. It has a history of nearly 400 years. Aston's ancestors have worn it to at least 100 tournaments," the old man mumbled. "Then I'm relieved." Danny let out a long sigh of relief, and her eyes became sharp. After riding back and forth on his track and receiving the cheers and blessings of almost all the women, Count Aston gently pulled down his mask and stood on the other side of the field. As the referee waved down the small red flag in his right hand, both sides of the competition lowered their spears at the same time. The two horses began to run at full speed, and the audience could feel the temporary stands shaking slightly. The Count of the Harvest Hall rode on his horse, his body leaning forward. The spear in his hand was as steady as a rock, almost drawing a straight line in the air. On the other hand, the mysterious knight seemed to be thin. As the horse sped up, his upper body gently swayed with the rhythm of the horse's hooves, and his arms also shook. The Count was overjoyed. He aimed his spear at the exposed side of his waist. But at the moment of contact, the mysterious knight shifted his body. The tip of his spear was deflected by the black bat's wooden shield. But before he could be surprised, dong! A bell seemed to ring in the field. Most of the audience almost didn't see what happened. They only saw the Count being hit hard and almost flying backward from his horse, while his horse continued to run forward. Clang! The Count flew 5 or 6 meters away, and finally landed on the ground with his head down and his legs floating up. The violent sound made the audience gasp. Fortunately, the old knight did not lie. His family's ancestral iron armor was indeed of good quality. Even on the soft yellow ground, the Count of the Harvest Hall's helmet was dented, but he did not faint. After struggling a few times like a tortoise, he got up on his own and waved to the audience on both sides. The audience immediately cheered wildly for him. But that guy was also a gentleman. He didn't delay for long. After catching his breath, he immediately led his horse to Danny's side. He gracefully bowed to her, took off his iron lobster gloves, and handed them to the winner. "This is my ancestral armor. How about redeeming it for 5 gold royals?" Danny nodded and handed the gloves back to him. 5 gold royals was very reasonable. In the previous 5 matches, she had also won 5 sets of scrap metal. The lowest price was 200 copper coins, so she happily let the mercenary knights redeem them. When the Count of the Harvest Hall's attendant pulled Baristan aside to pay, Danny rode her horse and swaggered around the venue. Everyone was happy to cheer for the winner. The little girls cheered wildly. Even Leah, who was wearing a crown on the rostrum, stood by the fence and applauded the thin little knight. "My lady, it's a big harvest. The others don't think highly of you. You won 25 out of 100 gold royals." On the way back, the old man said happily, "You said that they don't think highly of me, but isn't the ratio a bit low? It's not even 1-1. Danny was puzzled. "Sigh, my lady, although you're only one person, you bet a lot of gold royals, and 100 gold royals. It's too big. The casino adjusts the profit ratio according to the total bet of both sides. You won hundreds of gamblers alone. Since I've earned dozens of gold royals, I have to find a way to spend them. Danny touched her chin and began to whisper to the old knight. This. Barristan's old face twisted into a ball. Isn't it too ostentatious? Look at your grandnephew. Even a loser dares to be so ostentatious. It was another noisy night of banquets. The elimination round was only completed on the morning of the second day. There were only 110 contestants left. The final elimination round would be held in the afternoon. Yes, when there were only 55 contestants left, the final ceremony would be held, the fight for the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. The closer it was to the final, the more intense the competition was. There were also more people who came to watch the competition. That afternoon, in the shadow of the rostrum's pure white canopy, there were even 4 or 5 professors wearing long chains. I didn't expect the professors from the City of Knowledge to come here personally. They want to record the competition. Someone exclaimed. They also know that Timing's crisis has been resolved. They came out to celebrate the victory with everyone. Let's celebrate together. The professors would witness the legends and record them. They would write the history books. Even if the other party wasn't a legend, as long as they wrote a legend and spread it through the storybooks, the knights would also become legends 1,000 years later. Therefore, the following knights became more and more ostentatious. Every time they appeared, they would flirt and play all kinds of tricks. For example, they would throw rose petals, spray perfume on their cloaks, find a craftsman to paint their armor in 7 colors. There were even knights who recited poems loudly as they competed. There was even a minstrel who played a melodious harp for them. Such a grand scene naturally caused the audience to be excited. Waves of cheers came one after another. After a competition, the MC shouted, "Count of Brightwater City, Garland Tyrell." Garland was riding a white horse with a silver mane. He was still wearing the incomparably gorgeous silver armor. Under the afternoon sun, the armor reflected a dazzling silver light. However, he had changed his cloak. The cloak on the Count's shoulders was heavy. There were hundreds of golden roses and a circle of emerald olive branches sewn on it. Wherever he went, there was an intoxicating fragrance. The crowd was stirred up again. "Garland, Garland!" The girls blushed and shouted crazily for Prince Charming. Isn't he learning from his younger brother, the Knight of Flowers? Some of the nobles muttered unhappily. On the rostrum, a smiling Baylor said to Professor Perez Tand beside him, "At this moment, half of the women here want to be in Count Garland's bed. All the men want to take his place. Garland is the most legendary knight in this tournament." Perez Tan was a history professor. His historical research was the greatest historical work in the City of Knowledge in the past 100 years. Not bad, not bad. The old professor narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. I'm sure that Professor Garland will definitely leave a deep mark in the legends of knights. After receiving the old professor's vague promise, Baylor was overjoyed. He immediately said a few hundred lines of "Professor's work is truly the masterpiece of historians." He was also one of the contestants. The MC also gave Garland Tyrell plenty of time to show off. He waited until he circled the arena twice and stood still on the west side before shouting, "Mysterious Knight, Batman." Suddenly, the low sound of a cello rang out from the east side of Rose Avenue. Almost instantly, violins, trumpets, and saxophones followed. The music reached its peak almost instantly. It was majestic and shocking, and the rhythm was undulating. Just by listening to the ensemble, it was as if everyone was walking step by step onto an iron throne and giving orders to the 7 dukes, hundreds of counts, and marquises kneeling below. The source of the symphony gradually approached the arena. The spectators outside made way for them in a daze. A knight attendant in dirty black armor led a black horse in front. Behind him was a roofless palanquin carried by 8 people. Sitting lazily on the palanquin was a knight in black armor with one leg crossed over the other. Looking at the black bat emblem on his chest, wasn't it Batman? Everyone was dumbstruck. The 8 sedan bearers were all young girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. They all wore the same white dress with floral patterns. There were also 4 young girls with black hair and black eyes in blue dresses at the front and back of the sedan. Each of them had a face like a hibiscus and a smile like a flower. Carrying flower baskets, they scattered red roses, white peonies, golden tulips, blue chrysanthemums, and other colorful petals around them with every step they took. After the palanquin passed by, there was another strange palanquin carried by 16 people. 16 shirtless men with golden ribbons around their waists were carrying a wooden platform with a fence. It was nearly 20 square meters wide. On it were either sitting or standing 12 musicians. There were cellos, violins, trumpets, harps, snare drums, saxophones, clarinets. The majestic symphony came from this wooden platform. The music was loud and clear, and the entire arena was silent. The jaws of the thousands of spectators dropped to the ground, and their eyes popped out of their sockets. They were so shocked that they lost the ability to speak and think. When the song, Game of Thrones, came to an end, the old knight pulled the black horse 5 meters in front of the palanquin. The 4 flower-throwing girls in front retreated to the sides, leaving an empty space. Then, 4 blue-haired girls in red robes carried over 4 colored stools and placed them evenly between the horse and the mysterious knight. Each stool was about 1.2 meters apart. As soon as the stools were placed, the tune immediately changed. It was a little strange, unlike the local Westeros music. It was obviously exotic. But the rhythm was lively and elegant, and it had the carefree feeling of riding a horse and brandishing a whip in the martial world. Well, to put it simply, it had changed from the theme song of the Game of Thrones to the debut song of the leader of the division. It was not the leader of the Iron Blood Youths, Ma Ninger, who pretended to be pretentious, but the leader of Fang Shiyu who successfully pretended to be pretentious. When the music reached its climax, the mysterious knight, who was lying on the soft couch, suddenly stood up. Following the rhythm, he strode over, almost as if he was flying. He stepped on 4 stools in succession, crossed a distance of 5 meters, and finally jumped onto the horse's back. His armor was heavy, and the stools creaked when he stepped on them. But the whole movement was light and elegant, as if he was treading water, giving people a sense of fluency that was harmonious with the music. When he stepped onto the saddle, the symphony on the wooden platform suddenly stopped. The afternoon sun shone on the ground. The arena of thousands of people was so quiet that only the sound of eyeballs rolling on the ground could be heard if there really was one. After watching the whole process of the mysterious knight stepping on the 4 colored stools, Count Garland's face flushed red. He wanted to tear off the flower cloak behind him immediately. Because the 4 round stools made of rattan were filled with green olive branches, golden roses, blue forget-me-nots, and red spider lilies. Others stepped on them, but he proudly draped them behind his back. This, in the Honey Wine River pretentious contest, in the Old Town, Danny swept the field and bravely won first place even if most of the contestants had not appeared yet. Chapter 242. The commission of 10 gold royals wasn't wasted. It was worth it. Danny sat on the saddle and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Feeling the bright and quiet afternoon sun, she was in a particularly good mood. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, how dare they pretend to be in front of me? Ahem, 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 I've learned something new. On the 5th floor of the high platform, Laughing Baylor put his chin and eyeballs back to their original places and reminded the trumpeter in front of the platform, blow the horn and get ready for the competition. Woo! The low and melodious sound of the horn brought the audience and the riders back to their senses. The scene went from a pin-drop silence to as noisy as a market. Oh my God, Sir Bat is so handsome! A noble girl screamed. The most shocking entrance in history. The Bat Prince will become a legend like Prince Flay and the Dragon Knight. That symphony, the mysterious knight, who had been looked down upon by many people, suddenly soared. Some people said that he must be a noble and handsome young knight, while others said that he might come from a duke family of the Seven Kingdoms. Some people even suspected that he was King Tomon. Only a young Kingslayer could be so rich and elegant. Then someone immediately refuted that King Tomon was short and fat, not slender and handsome like his rumored father, Jaime. Boom! The sound of the wooden spear breaking into pieces woke up the arguing audience. Seeing the two riders pass by each other, they came back to their senses. They were now competing with spears. Everyone looked over and saw that there was another deep scratch on Count Garland's oak shield, which was painted with golden roses. In addition to the scars from the previous two battles, there was now an 8 dent on the golden wooden shield. Even the small cracks on the shield were leaking out. However, the mysterious knight did not have it easy either. Half of the black bat on his iron wooden shield was missing, revealing the shiny white iron under the black paint. The two threw away the broken spears in their hands and took new wooden spears from their attendants. The horses trotted for a while, adjusted their direction, leaned forward, and put the spear in their hands flat. The warhorse under them sped up. At the moment of contact, the mysterious knight twisted his body and used his shield to avoid the tip of the spear. However, his movement was too big, and he couldn't adjust the angle of his spear, so it hit the opponent's wooden shield. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere. The mysterious knight only had half of his spear left in the water. On the other side, valiant Garland was unharmed, but there was another scratch on his shield. Together with the previous two scratches, he looked like a human. Great! The audience cheered in unison. Go, Sir Bat! Many nobles knew how strong Garland was. They heard that when he trained in the arena, he would often fight 1 against 3, or even 1 against 4, because 1 against 1 would not give him any pressure. However, after 2 rounds, the mysterious knight was able to fight him to a standstill. Everyone was shocked. Actually, there was nothing to be shocked about. Although Dani was a woman and her body was slender, her strength was not low. Perhaps because the amount of spiritual matter in her body was too high, at the age of 16, the speed at which her strength grew was a little abnormal. According to the system's evaluation, her current physical fitness was close to 1. 4, her strength and speed were both at 1. 4, 1, 2 months ago. Garland's strength was obviously stronger than hers, about 1. 6, which was about the same as White Knight. However, Garland's development was not balanced. Perhaps his speed and agility were not weaker than Dani's, but his eyesight, balance, horsemanship, and especially dynamic vision were far inferior to hers. Well, Garland's horsemanship was not as good as Dani's. Perhaps it was because of her talent, or perhaps it was because she had ridden a dragon many times in battle, but her movements on horseback were smooth. She could ride on the bumpy road and under the fiercest collisions as easily as riding on flat ground. Even Jiki often lamented that the Dothraki on horseback were not as skilled as Calixi in horsemanship. Throwing away the broken spear, Dani took another one from Barristan's hands. She adjusted her breathing, leaned forward, and held the spear horizontally, beginning the third sprint. There were only 2 horses, but the ground was shaking slightly. Dani's heart was as still as water, and she removed all distracting thoughts from her mind. The shouts of the audience left her little by little, and she could only hear her own rough but even breathing. Thud, 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 as they got closer, the figure of the rider in front of her gradually enlarged in front of her eyes. No, it was the oak shield that enlarged. The center of the chevron, the intersection of the 3 scratches, became bigger and bigger, almost occupying her entire vision. This time, she did not even pay attention to the opponent's spear. Thump! The spear in her right hand struck that point like lightning, and the force of the high-speed impact of the centaur and the horse spread out from that point. Crack! Boom! Garland's oak shield, as she had planned, split into 3 pieces along the chevron. As the wood pieces flew, the spear's momentum did not decrease, and it hit the left waist behind the shield. Bang! Valiant Garland could not withstand the force. With a scream, he fell from the saddle and rolled onto the muddy ground. The audience was silent at first, and some could not believe what had happened in front of their eyes. They could only stare blankly at the Count lying on the ground, moaning. The attendant rushed over and shouted, "Stretcher, quickly bring the stretcher over." Wow, everyone was startled awake. They watched as the attendants carried Garland, who was dizzy and unable to move, back to the tent. They all shouted in disbelief, "Seven gods above, that thin and weak Bat Knight defeated Earl Garland? They haven't even entered the finals, and the Guardian Knight is already missing a member. That little guy is so strong. I couldn't tell at all." No, the Bat Knight purposely left scratches on the shield the first 2 times. The third time, the male spectators and riders were talking among themselves, while the girls were cheering loudly. Dani rode her horse proudly and waved her arms as she walked past the wooden stage. Silk scarves and palace fans that were stained with girls' body fragrance and perfume were thrown at her. Some male nobles also secretly threw oranges and apples at her. Arriving in front of the palanquin, Dani waved her hand, and the majestic theme song of Kuan Yu played once again. 8 young girls surrounded her and scattered petals on her body and horse. The atmosphere became more and more lively. "The Forceaway family invited you to the banquet, but I rejected it for you." At night, the old knight walked out of the tent for the nth time to deal with the attendants who had come to invite the mysterious knight to the banquet. It was also the nth time that he brought Dani a gift from a noble. This time, it was a ball of hot, grey mud. Under Dani's curious gaze, the white knight used a dagger to pry open the hard mud covering the outside, revealing a white, tender fish fillet inside. "This is grilled trout, freshly caught from Honey Wine River." It was immediately slaughtered, stuffed with fruit, sealed in mud, and roasted. "Would you like to try it?" It was tender and refreshing, with the sweetness and sourness of grapes. More importantly, there was almost no fishy taste. "I think there was a Forceaway attendant here before." Dani took a sip of the golden wine and said vaguely. "One family has 2 branches. The previous one was from New Barrel City, and this one is from Fruit Wine Hall. Both families use apples as their emblem." "Didn't you notice, Your Majesty?" "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. There are indeed 2 apple knights, a red apple and a green apple. Your Majesty, you're really in the limelight today," the old knight exclaimed. "It's nothing." Dani waved her hand, pretending to be reserved. "Then, are we still inviting the orchestra tomorrow?" "No, we have to keep a low profile for the next few days." The old knight, it was impossible for Dani to keep a low profile even if she wanted to. The next morning, when there were only 55 knights left, the cheers for Dani were no lower than laughter Baylor's. The competition for the Queen of Love and Beauty officially began. First, 4 guardian knights stepped forward. Baylor Hyder, Garth Hyder, who had met Dani at the blacksmith's shop, productive knight John Cooper, and Green Pavilion Island's Desmond Redwine. They were Lilia's father, uncle, and 2 uncles. Originally, there was also her cousin Garland Tyrell, but he was eliminated by the mysterious knight. From now on, the 4 of us will guard Lilia's crown. You can challenge any one of us. Each person can accept 3 challenges at most, Baylor said loudly to the 51 knights below. Dani had already understood the rules from the old knight. The number of challenges was determined by the number of knights left. For example, at this moment, out of the 55 people, 1 would get a bye, and half of the remaining 54 would be eliminated, leaving 28 people. After the second round of elimination, there would be 14 people left. After the third round of elimination, there would be 7 people left. At this moment, the remaining 7 people had all participated in the competition 3 times and passed the 3 rounds of elimination. If Baylor was challenged 3 times and he won, then he would directly become one of the last 7 people. The 3 people who failed the challenge would naturally be eliminated. Only the first and second place would be rewarded, and the first and second place could only come from the last 7 people. Any contestant who did not complete 3 challenges would continue to fight one-on-one. Dani felt that such a rule was a little superfluous. Later, after the old knight explained, She understood that this rule not only increased the intensity of the conflict, but also gave everyone a chance to challenge the great nobles. After all, there was only one champion, so they had to give the others some sweetness. At this moment, there was nothing special about it. The 4 guardian knights did not have high statuses. In fact, Baelor Hyder was already noble enough. But what if Baelor was replaced by Duncan Targaryen or Prince Rhaega? A chance to have a fair fight with Rhaega. For example, the young Barristan, the reason why he got the title, Fearless Barristan, was because he challenged Prince Flair as a mysterious knight. Although he failed in his challenge, Prince Long Fu Lai's comment made the young man instantly become a household name of promising youth. His challenge even became a classic in the story of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. When Baelor announced the start of the challenge, Dany was the first to stand up and point her spear at the sallow-faced Sir Desmond Redwyne. After watching the competition for a few days, Dany had some understanding of the strength of the Guardians. Sir Redwyne's strength, speed, and eyesight were all inferior to hers. She guessed correctly. After 3 rounds, the Guardian fell from his horse. Dany became one of the Guardian Knights. This action of stealing the limelight immediately angered the crowd. It was also because she was small and looked easy to bully. Immediately, 8 knights stood up and challenged her at the same time. Then it was very simple. Dany only had 2 places left. The 8 people had to first duel and complete 2 rounds of the competition. 6 were eliminated, and only 2 were left. By the afternoon, Dany had taken down the 2 winners again with ease. She was promoted, and no one could challenge her again. Chapter 243. In addition to the mysterious knight, Laughter, Baelor was also very popular. He was challenged by 13 people. 5 of them were eliminated by rock paper scissors, and the remaining 8 were eliminated twice. Only 2 powerful knights were left to fight against him. Almost every time the Guardian was challenged, not only would the audience shout in excitement, but the current Queen of Love and Beauty, Laelia, would also scream in horror with her small hands half covering her eyes when the spear shattered or the contestant fell off the horse. Obviously, to her, the competition for the crown was particularly exciting. In the end, the remaining 7 contestants, except for the mysterious knight's identity, were all of noble birth. The brothers Baelor and Garth, a Red Apple, Forceaway, Sir Errol of the Hay Hall in the Land of Storm, Sir Craig of the Chicken Hall in the Western region, and Sir Dickon Tarley of the Horn Hill. Well, the previous uncle, John Cooper, was replaced by Dickon of the Horn Hill. In the cheers of thousands of spectators, the 7 knights entered one by one. Before the official draw, Laughter Baelor also asked Dany and Dickon if they were willing to protect Laelia's crown. Dany shook her head and refused. Baelor didn't even ask why and directly ignored her. He only looked at Dickon expectantly. The black-haired young man probably knew Laelia. He first smiled apologetically to the blushing little girl on the wooden platform, and then explained to Baelor, "Sir, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you don't know, but a month ago, I married Eleanor, the eldest daughter of Count William Mouton, in Maiden Spring Town. In theory, the champion could give the crown of love and beauty to anyone, even if you were a rainbow knight like Loras Tyrell and gave the crown to a man. But giving the wrong crown was a big scandal in itself. For example, giving the crown to a lady who already had a husband or a fiancé, or the champion was married but didn't give the crown to his wife. Prince Liga had violated both of these taboos. "What, you're married?" Baelor exclaimed in shock. He seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He forced a smile and asked, "We didn't receive any news at all. Your mother and sister didn't even go to the wedding, right?" His most important son-in-law candidate was actually Dickon Tarley. Or rather, it was because he knew that the heir of the Horned Hill happened to return from King's Landing that he elected his daughter Laelia as the Queen of Love and Beauty. This was not only the intention of the Hyder family. The Queen of Thorns, Alina, had also sent a letter to remind him of this matter. There was only one goal, to rope in the Tully family. In the original series, Jon's good friend, Sam Tully, didn't seem to have a prominent family background. There was nothing special about his background. Actually, that wasn't the case. Sam's father, Rando Tarly, heir, Baristan, believed that he was the fourth most famous general in the Seven Kingdoms. However, the truth was that the current Westeros had fallen and Rando Tarly was the only general who had never lost a battle. Horned Hill also had a military force second only to Hiding Tyrell. It was a large family in River Bend that was second only to Hiding Tyrell and the old town of Hyder. Why does Alina want to rope in the Tarly family? Weren't they monarch and vassal? In the War of the Four Kings, regardless of whether they sided with Lannister or formed an alliance with Lannister, the Tarly family had always followed Hiding closely. Count Rando was indeed a trustworthy vassal, but now, let's start from Brightwater City. Rando Tarly's wife, Melissa Florin, came from Brightwater City. The mysterious knight who slashed Geraint Tyrell's cheek, Aelken Florin, was Dickon's uncle. Melissa and Aelken were brother and sister of the same father and mother. The reason why Aelken came to his second brother-in-law's house, the old town of Hyder, for help and didn't go to his first brother-in-law's house, Hornhill Tully, was because Rando and Dickon had been leading troops outside to help the King's Landing clean up the bandits in Hajin County and the King's Landing. Let's explain here. Although Baelor's father was Dickon's uncle, the old town elder's wife and Dickon's mother were sisters. Baelor was related to Dickon and Aelken, but they weren't related by blood. Baelor's mother was the old town elder's first wife. He was related to Geraint Tyrell's mother by blood. So complicated. Such a complicated interpersonal relationship caused the situation in River Bend to be extremely complicated. If Little Rose Marjorie didn't marry Tommen, the solution to the conflict between Hiding and Horned Hill would be simple. Let Dickon marry Marjorie. Unfortunately, Marjorie was married, and Hiding Tyrell didn't have any daughter of his first wife to marry into Horned Hill. However, Baelor was the heir of the old town, and his first daughter had the qualifications to become the matriarch of the Tully family. Unfortunately, Dany was very lucky. When Baelor took out 7 small balls of paper for everyone to choose from, she actually chose a blank piece of paper. Yes, she got a bye, so she automatically advanced to the next round. Alright, actually, this kind of bye wasn't worth celebrating. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would just be eliminated later. Other than the champion and runner-up, there was no difference in the rest of the rankings. No cheers, no rewards. Oh, participating in one less competition also reduced one less chance to show one's prowess in front of the masses. After another round of competition, there were only 4 contestants left. The mysterious knight, Baelor of the Hyder family, the Garth brothers, and Horned Hill Tully. Baelor said to Dany and Dickon, "Garth and I are Lilia's guardian knights. Before the finals, we have the right to exempt ourselves from killing each other. You two can choose your opponents." Without hesitation, Dany pointed at Baelor first. There was no other reason. Baelor was almost 40 years old, and Garth was not even 30 yet. Alright, let's try. Baelor smiled meaningfully, as if he understood her thoughts. Reality proved that being older had its benefits. It was rich in experience. Under the exclamations of thousands of spectators, the two of them fought for 5 rounds without knocking each other off their horses. Dany's every attack was blocked by Baelor. In order to avoid the crisis of the broken shield, the experienced Baelor had to change his shield after every round. But after 5 rounds, without waiting for the noble judges on the high platform to finish discussing the points of both sides, Baelor took off his iron gloves and threw them in front of Dany's mount. He looked around and said loudly, "I've been in a defensive position. I'm far less impactful than the mysterious knight." His long spear slashed my waist several times, and I didn't even touch him once. So, I lost and he won. Seeing Baelor admit defeat, the judges who were secretly thinking about whether to help Knight cheat were relieved. They immediately announced, "The mysterious knight advances to the finals." The audience immediately gave the 2 knights a warm applause. They cheered for Baelor's generosity and honesty, and were also shocked that the mysterious knight was such a dark horse. "My lord, you're amazing. White Knight was also very excited. Your talent is too good. You're stronger than Prince Liga. Compared to when you first came to the old town, your skills have improved by at least 3 times. At this moment, they did not leave the field. They stood on the side and waited for Garth and Dickon to finish the competition. Danny was going to participate in the finals. Danny shook her head and said, "The movements of the long spear competition are too monotonous. I can see every subtle movement of my opponent. As long as I'm proficient in using my strengths, it's almost impossible to fail." She was not bragging. Compared with the complex and changeable battlefield, the long spear competition was too monotonous and too easy. There was enough time to observe the enemy's situation and adjust her own movements. She did not know how others were doing, but Danny dared to swear that even if Magic Mountain and Sword of Dawn could defeat her, they could not knock her off her horse. "My lord, you can't be arrogant and underestimate your opponent. There has never been an undefeated knight in this world." Obviously, the old knight regarded Danny's truth as a habitual boast. In fact, both of them did not notice one thing. Danny's dynamic perspective was gradually leaning towards the Megalosaurus. The world in her eyes was slightly different from others. Boom! The wooden spear broke and snow-white pieces of wood flew. Garth and Dickon were really like Mars colliding with Earth. The 3 of them met, and both of them broke their own wooden spears. The fierce battle made the audience forget themselves and cheer. In the end, the 2 of them were judged by points after 5 rounds. Dickon took off his helmet, waved his arms, and happily rode in circles to receive the audience's cheers. The little girl, Lelia, cried. Her 5 guardian knights had all failed. After announcing that Dickon had advanced, Baylor apologetically took the golden rose wreath from his daughter's head. Who was the queen of love and beauty at the beginning of Mormont's match? Danny asked the little girl who was sobbing on the stage. Of course it was Queen Cersei. The tournament was held at Port Lannister, and Duke Tywin only had 1 daughter. Who was Mormont fighting against? The Kingslayer. He was one of Cersei's guardian knights. I was also the Queen's guardian knight that day. There were 4 white knights, and together with Tywin's brother, Kevin, they swore to protect the Queen's crown. Unfortunately, Mormont seemed to have the help of God. He defeated all the opponents, and even the Kingslayer lost to him in points. Woo woo. After more than half an hour, the horns sounded again, and the MC shouted, "Last match, the mysterious knight, Batman. Be careful, calm down, and don't be rash. Dickon is stronger than you. Try to win by points." Before Danny rode away, the old knight reminded her solemnly. "He's too tall. He's bound to lose." Danny lowered her head and said. Then she took the bamboo basket from the old knight. The horse ran around the field obediently. She held the basket in one hand and threw petals to the audience with the other. She sat upright and did not even sway. This guy's riding skills are very good. Baylor, who was on the stage, rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "I'm afraid he'll be the champion this time." That's not necessarily true. Garth shook his head and said disapprovingly, "Which contestant who can make it to the finals is bad at riding? Dickon's speed and strength are top-notch. More importantly, he just came down from the battlefield, and he has an indescribable murderous aura about him. Obviously, he's really matured in the year that he went on an expedition with Earl Tully." "Yes." Garth Tyrell nodded in agreement. The mysterious knight's strength and speed can only be said to be not weak. He's mainly strong in small skills and smart fighting methods. But these are nothing to a veteran of the battlefield. If I hadn't underestimated him and didn't notice the scratches on the shield, I wouldn't have failed at all. At that time, I planned to exhaust his strength in the first 4 rounds, and knock him off his horse in the 5th round. Who knew? It's starting. Dr. Perez-Tan reminded him. In the end, he added, the casino and the people are more optimistic about Sir Dickon. I also bet 5 gold royals on Sir Dickon. Boom, there was a loud bang from below, and the old doctor was dumbfounded. Chapter 244. While the people on the rostrum were talking, the first round had already begun. The two knights charged forward with their spears in a normal posture, but at the moment of contact, the mysterious knight threw away his shield with his left hand and flipped his body. With one foot on the saddle and the other in the air, his thin body hung on one side of the horse, the side closest to his opponent. Dickon's spear naturally missed. Almost at the same time, the mysterious knight pulled the saddle with his left hand and squatted down. The spear in his right hand pierced through Dickon's shield like a poisonous snake. From bottom to top, it hit Dickon's chest. At that moment, the mysterious knight suddenly stood up from his crouching position. The huge reaction force caused the black horse to become shorter as well. However, Dickon was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away from the saddle. It was almost as if he had fallen from the second floor. The iron-armored knight waved his limbs wildly and cried out loudly. His buttocks were facing down and he crashed into the mud with a bang. He only cared about wailing and moaning. It was difficult for him to even move. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. Before the audience could scream, the mysterious knight had already sat back on the saddle, raised his spear high, and started to run around the field proudly. This. After being stunned for a while, laughing Baylor smiled bitterly. He's too agile. He's like a monkey, a skinny monkey with the strength of a gorilla. Isn't this against the rules? I've never seen anyone do this before, Garth mumbled. Garth shook his head and sighed. Because no one else can do it. Of course, points will be deducted if the shield is dropped, but he has already knocked his opponent off the horse, so the points are useless. Sigh, this is embarrassing. River Bend is the home of knights, but no one can take off that kid's mask. Baylor shook his head and stood up. He held the tray with the crown and walked down the wooden stage. There was a tradition of the mysterious knight in the tournament. During the competition, no one deliberately investigated the identity of the mysterious knight. Only those who defeated the mysterious knight were qualified to have him reveal his real name and origin. Garth greeted the two attendants who were guarding a big box and stood up to leave. As he walked, he smiled and said, now that the competition is over, he will take off his helmet. If his family background is good, it's not bad to marry Leah to him. Lelia is the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her identity? Let's wait and see. The eldest daughter of the first wife had a higher position in the line of succession. In terms of value, she was much higher than the youngest daughter. Just look at Sansa and Arya. Sansa was engaged to Crown Prince Joffrey, while Arya could only marry the second son of the Frey family. That's right, Arya once had a sacred marriage contract. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Dany was even more excited than when she had defeated Meereen and Yunkai. She ran around the arena on her horse, waving at the people who were applauding. It wasn't until the horn sounded that she noticed the laughing Baylor holding a tray under the wooden platform. Knight, you are the champion of this year's martial arts competition. Please choose the queen of love and beauty in your heart. Baylor said with a smile. Batman, I'm not married. In the south stands, the girl in the purple dress made a trumpet with both hands and shouted. I'm from Golden Tree City. The scholar said that I'm going to have my first period soon. Batman, give me the crown. A teenage girl in the north shouted with a red face. Batman, the girls almost went crazy. Their fathers and brothers just watched from the side with a smile. Many nobles even applauded their daughters' courage and shouted how much dowry they were willing to give for their daughters. To them, this was very normal. Would the winner of the martial arts competition come from a poor family? That was impossible. He had armor, a handsome horse, an attendant, and strong horsemanship and martial arts skills. His family was at least a wealthy and productive knight. In any case, his daughter would have to marry someone eventually. Marrying a powerful noble, why not? Under the curious and expectant eyes of the audience, Dany hooked the golden rose wreath with her spear and lightly flicked it up. The horse stepped forward at the right time, and the wreath was caught by the left hand. The next moment, the arena suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the mysterious knight in the center of the arena, guessing which lady he would give the wreath to. Hee. Danny looked at the bright and full flower in her hand. It was probably a rose she had just picked today. She stabbed the wooden spear into the soft ground. She twisted a few buttons under her neck and suddenly took off her helmet. Her hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her beautiful face was full of smiles. Wow! Under the exclamations of the thousands of spectators, a sly smile appeared on her face. She picked up the wreath and put it on her head. The arena was dead silent. The eyes and jaws of the audience and knights fell to the ground again. Ha ha ha, ladies, only the crown of love and beauty that you have won is the most beautiful. Crisp and pleasant laughter rang through the arena. She's a woman, a fat noble shouted loudly. 7 levels of hell. The champion is actually a female knight. She didn't do anything fancy. She defeated 4 Grand Knights, Garland, John, one of the Guardian Knights, John Cooper, Baylor, and Dickon. Sir Forceaway of the Wine Hall was shocked. And me. I was also shot by her. Just one shot and I was knocked off my horse. Count Aston of the Harvest Hall was embarrassed. But I swear in the name of my granduncle, Sir Barristan, that I didn't go easy on her. Although she's a skinny and pretty girl, she's terrifyingly strong. If she's a girl, she's not skinny and small. Count Errol of the Hay Hall shook his head. Women can't participate in the tournament. Will Sir Baylor revoke her title? I want to know too. Which family is she from? She's so skilled in martial arts. Oh 7 gods, tell me what I should do. Although the mysterious knight is a girl, but looking at her valiant and beautiful appearance, I. A noble girl clasped her hands over her heart and said with a conflicted expression. It's you. You bought armor last time to participate in the tournament. Garth, who was standing beside the mahogany box, was shocked. Baylor looked back at his brother and asked in surprise, you know each other? At old Londo's blacksmith shop. She's choosing armor. My lady, the tournament doesn't allow ladies to participate. Baylor was troubled. Danny pointed her spear at the loser and laughed, you want to take my crown? You'll have to ask my spear first. Blackie is watching from the sky. Come and get it if you dare. Ugh. Baylor looked pained. At this time, Barristan came over and explained, Sir, the mysterious knight doesn't ask about origin or name. There are almost no restrictions. As long as you have a horse and armor, you can participate. My lady didn't break the rules. Looks like the rules will have to be changed. Baylor sighed helplessly. You're right. The rules of the tournament will have to be changed. Danny looked around and said loudly, why don't we let the female knight participate? Are you afraid of losing to us? This is a game for the brave. Cowards shouldn't come. I didn't mean that, Baylor's expression was twisted. I'm afraid my lady doesn't have the final say. Garth shook his head. Hee, you just wait and see. Danny sneered. If I don't have the final say, who has the final say? Garth shrugged and opened the mahogany box behind him. Immediately, a dazzling golden light shone out. 20,000 gold royals. They're all here. Oh, save them for me. Sure, how about the church bank? High interest and 0 risk. Baylor nodded and asked. Ugh, that's right. The Church of the 7 Gods had a bank. Not only a bank, but the monks also did loan business. Many merchants, including the king on the Iron Throne, owed the church gold. If you didn't pay back the money you owed, even if you were a devout believer of the 7 gods, the priests of the 7 gods would still force you to sell your children and wife to pay off the debt. Needless to say, the church bank's business was good. After all, with the 7 gods as the guarantor, everyone believed that it would never close down. Oh right, my lady, what's your name? Baylor asked again. Layla Viswi. Viswi. Baylor stared at Danny for a while. He really felt that she looked familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere in the royal territory. He nodded and shouted to the audience, "The champion of this year's tournament is Lady Layla Viswi. It's not against the rules for her to participate in the tournament as a mysterious knight. Let's congratulate Lady Layla. She'll definitely become a legendary mysterious knight and the most dazzling queen of love and beauty." Whoosh, no matter what they thought, the audience still clapped and cheered for Danny. Queen, Queen, Queen Layla of love and beauty. Thank you, thank you. Danny waved as she rode on her horse. Someone on the stage sprinkled flower petals and colorful ribbons. She wore a laurel crown on her head and an iron armor on her body. She smiled very happily as if she had really become the queen of the honey wine river. There were 3 events in the tournament: spear competition, archery, and team competition. The spear competition was the highlight. The archery competition and the spear competition were held at the same time, but few people watched. When the spear competition ended, the attendants removed the wooden fence that separated the main arena from the sprint track and brought in 3 archery targets. The 3 finalists received cheers from the audience. That afternoon, a red archer from the Midsummer Islands defeated his opponent in the final of the 100-meter shooting competition and won the archery competition. While receiving the reward of 3,000 gold royals, the black man also got a position in the guard of Baylor. The team competition lasted for 3 hours. There were nearly 80 people in total. None of them were nobles. They were all free riders, mercenary knights, and attendants who had just been conferred the title. They rode horses and fought each other with blunt weapons in the field where mud and blood were splattered everywhere. They formed small teams to fight against the enemy, and in the blink of an eye, they had internal strife and killed each other. The alliance had just been formed, but it was broken until only one person was left standing. It looked bloody and cruel, but it was actually much more civilized than the Githa's slave fights in the arena. Since the contestants were all using blunt weapons and wearing thick battle armor, no one died after the chaotic battle. There were only 2 unlucky people with broken legs, 1 with a broken collarbone, and more than a dozen with broken fingers. The team champion had a bounty of 5,000 gold royals, which was won by a Dornish warrior. The Dornishmen and the Midsummer Islands only had a bounty of 8,000 gold royals, which was less than half of Danny's. From this, it could be seen how high the spear competition was in the Westeros. Chapter 245. On the night of the tournament, a grand banquet was held in the camp. After taking off her helmet, Danny could no longer reject Sir Baylor's invitation. The Hyder family's tent was near the waterfront. The tent was made of golden silk and was the largest and most luxurious building in the camp. However, there were 2 iron shields outside the tent. They were decorated with the white tower of the Hyder family and the green rose of the Tyrell family. Beside the tent, there were 7 large bison rotating on a spit. They were slaughtered in the early morning, marinated in the morning, and roasted in the afternoon. They had been roasting for a few hours now. During this time, the cook was busy applying butter and spices until the meat was crispy and fragrant. The banquet was held outside the tent. Long tables and benches were set up on the spacious land beside the river. The maids were placing a wine pot filled with golden wine, a fruit plate filled with strawberries, bananas, and apples, and a large piece of freshly baked white bread on the table. "Miss Layla, you're so beautiful tonight," Dickon said awkwardly as he walked over with difficulty while holding his waist. As the heir of the Horned Hill, Dickon was naturally invited to the banquet. He came from the other side of the camp and they bumped into each other. He seemed to have sprained his waist in the morning. He supported his waist with one hand and held a young girl with the other. Danny was not dressed too brightly. She was wearing a blue velvet dress with white embroidery. Her dyed black hair was braided and fixed on the top of her head with a sapphire hairpin. She did not even have a necklace around her neck. She looked capable and elegant. On the other hand, the young lady beside Dickon was wearing a silver satin dress with squirrel fur trimming. Her long sleeves were lined with light purple fur, and her thick golden hair was covered with an exquisite silver net inlaid with deep purple gems. Doesn't she look like a married woman? Is this your wife? Danny asked hesitantly. Hello, Miss Layla. I'm Eleanor Morton from Nookwin Town, the young girl said shyly with a red face. Mrs. Tarley, you're so beautiful, Danny said with a forced smile. You're so young. How can the big Dickon do that? Although Danny was the champion of the tournament and the first female knight champion, she was an illegitimate daughter with unknown origins. Naturally, she did not have the right to sit at the main table in the middle. An 8-meter-long table was placed outside the tent. It was the main table, and below it were 4 other long tables. Under the guidance of the attendant, Danny separated from the Dickon couple. The couple went to the main table while Danny sat down at the 3rd wooden table. The archery champion and the team martial arts champion were sitting on her left and right. At the same table, there was also a group of nobles' second sons who looked dejected. She was dressed in high spirits and was dressed appropriately. The reason why she was weak was all because of Danny's psychological effect. After she sat down, a group of young geniuses immediately squeezed over to greet her. Miss Layla, I'm the 3rd son of Earl XX. You're so beautiful. It's my honor to be able to sit with you, Miss Layla. My father is Sir XX. May I know which noble your father is? Ordinary families can't raise such a talented and beautiful knight like you. I'm also from XX City, Gordon Caesar, illegitimate son of the Western region. At first, Danny was confused. She didn't flirt like a peacock. She was even wearing a Western-style coat and didn't show much of her skin. Why were these guys so excited? Were they just looking at her face? She touched her face and thought narcissistically. Until Baylor led Layla, who was dressed to the nines, out of the tent at the back. The little girl was wearing a dark green velvet low-cut dress, which matched the color of her eyes. Her brown hair was draped over her bare shoulders, and she wore a thin crystal tiara on her head. There was a ribbon inlaid with emeralds around her waist, and a purple gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg hung from a fine silver chain around her neck. She was indisputably the most eye-catching lady tonight. That wasn't the point. When a group of noblemen from the 1st and 2nd tables came up to her and said, Lady Lilia, I'm the eldest son of Count XX, from XX, Danny suddenly understood. The eldest sons of these noblemen wanted to marry Lilia, and the second sons and illegitimate sons of the smaller noblemen beside her thought that she was a good match for them. After understanding this, she only said one sentence, and the number of people who came over to fawn on her decreased by 3/4. Sigh, to be honest, my father's title was not low, and his lands were not small either. However, our family had sided with the wrong side in the War of the Usurpers, and our titles had long since been abolished. Our lands and properties were all confiscated by King Robert. Danny was completely honest. So he was an exiled noble. The people around her understood immediately. The second sons and illegitimate sons left as if they had never said anything. Some left, and some joined in. A bald man in his 40s looked at Danny lecherously and said, Miss Layla, I'm Earl Klein of Red Lake City. Are you interested in touring the Red Lake with me? Do you know the origin of the Red Lake? The Red Lake was originally called the Blue Lake. Thousands of years ago, the son of Green Hand Garth, Blood Sword Brandon massacred the children of the forest beside the lake, causing the lake water to turn red. The smell of blood is still there. No matter what, Layla was young and beautiful. She was also the champion of the martial arts competition. She was definitely a good resource. Even if she could not become the wife of the second son of a small noble, she could still be the mistress of a married big noble. It was natural for Wei Shui to give birth to Buddha Flower, illegitimate son of Riverbend. This was why there were people around Danny who were trying to curry favor with her. After understanding the intentions of the surrounding nobles, Danny stared blankly at the sky. She was seriously thinking about something. Was it wrong to not allow Blackie and the others to eat humans? Perhaps some people were born to be fed to dragons. Dong! A clear bell rang from the main table. Then, Bell Hyder began to make a toast. He wished for her father to live a long life, for the prosperity of the old town, for Chimin's corpse to sink into the sea, and for Riverbend to have 2 more bountiful harvests before winter. Finally, he raised his wine cup and shouted, "I wish for martial arts to prosper, and for everlasting summer." Almost 100 guests and a few hundred knights around the bonfire raised their horn cups and shouted, "May for martial arts to prosper, and for everlasting summer." After drinking this cup of wine, the banquet officially began. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. No one would disturb her for the time being. She did not have to worry about whether to call for Blackie to come down and eat people. The bards entered the venue and sat under the torches, letting the music flow in the night. A juggler was throwing burning sticks in the air. A dwarf with clown makeup was wearing colorful clothes and dancing on stilts. There was a comedian who was loudly telling dirty jokes. The ladies at the scene covered their faces and giggled. The men laughed loudly and replied with the same wonderful, dirty jokes. At the same time, dishes were served one after another. There was thick barley and venison soup, salad with chilled beets, spinach, and plums sprinkled with nuts, and boiled snails with honey and garlic. After that, there was sweet bread, pigeon meat pie, roasted apples with a cinnamon aroma, and lemon cake sprinkled with frosting. Of course, the roasted whole cow was also served. Danny tasted all the other dishes with relish, but she did not touch the roasted bison. This was because the roasted cow was the main dish. For this kind of dish, there were clear rules in the dining etiquette. What kind of status would sit in what seat, and what part of the roasted meat would be eaten by the guests in which seat. To put it simply, the roasted cow was placed there, but you could not cut the meat with a knife. The most tender and delicious part could only be eaten by the person with the highest status at the scene. The guests at the banquet were also talking to each other. An old male voice came from the main table, "I wonder what Archbishop Peter thinks of the recent actions of the Big Sparrow." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to look. The person who asked the question was a doctor wearing a long chain. She happened to know him. He was the history doctor from Paristan who watched the spear competition. The old doctor sat in the middle of the main table. Opposite him was an old monk in a white robe with a 7-pointed star pattern on his chest. Archbishop Peter put down his fork and wiped the grease stains on his lips with a napkin. He slowly said, "In today's chaotic situation, restoring the gathering of the children of war and the poor is greatly beneficial to the country and the church. Perhaps, but now there is a fierce conflict between the church and the royal authority. The golden robes of the King's Landing are not effective. The gathering of the poor is getting bigger and bigger. Its military strength is even greater than the King's Guards. Therefore, the Archbishop can." The red-nosed doctor secretly glanced at Count Garland and immediately changed his words. He imprisoned Queen Marjorie and her cousins on trumped-up charges. He also imprisoned Queen Regent Cersei on charges of adultery, incest, and murder. Even the Queen and the Regent were arrested. This is a major event that has never happened before. I wonder if Archbishop Peter can tell me what kind of country the Church wants to build. This. The red-nosed Archbishop Peter's face immediately turned sour. Usually, he would only lend money with high interest and eat delicacies. When he had the energy, he would take care of young girls who lost their virginity. Or, he would seduce a few beautiful boys in the church. He never cared about major events such as building a new government and seeking benefits for the believers of the 7 kingdoms. Your Eminence, the king is the first noble. The 9 dukes, 7 kingdoms, Dragonstone Island, Taimin Bay, are the next level of great nobles. Marquises and counts are the 3rd level of nobles. Knights and titled knights are the next level of nobles. Archbishop, if the Church of the 7 Gods is above the king, it means that the remaining 3 levels of nobles are below the church. Do you understand what this means? The doctor was a little aggressive. He did not intend to let the embarrassed old archbishop go. This topic was too serious and too sensitive. The nearby knights and nobles stopped talking and focused their attention. Even Garland and Baylor put down their wine glasses and looked at Archbishop Peter. Alas, to tell you the truth, the old archbishop sighed and said with a pale face. From the beginning, we could not control the actions of the Great Sparrow. We did not even know his name and which diocese he came from. When the archbishops of King's Landing met behind closed doors to elect the archbishop, the Great Sparrow was not a candidate at all. He was not even a bishop before. How could he be qualified to run for the archbishop? But the sparrows raised their axes and carried the Great Sparrow on their shoulders and rushed into the meeting. The opponents were judged by the sparrows on the spot. What else could the other archbishops do but to submit? The poor's gathering and the children of war were established. This is true, but only the archbishop who called himself the Great Sparrow could control them. Not to mention you all, even I am afraid. We are not afraid. Those sparrows are only wearing a layer of linen clothes. No matter how many of them come, they will not be enough for me to kill. A knight said angrily. But immediately someone retorted, we are all knights who are anointed with holy ointment and swore an oath in front of the 7 gods. How can we fight against the church's warriors? This is where the problem lies. The old doctor nodded and a light flashed in his eyes. Before the Great Sparrow, the nobles, knights and the church depended on each other. But now the balance is broken. Chapter 246. Doctor, are you against Big Sparrow too? Danny could not help but ask. The old doctor turned around and saw that it was the champion of martial arts who asked the question. He nodded and shook his head with a bitter smile. The City of Knowledge does not have the scholars' armed forces. How can we be qualified to participate in politics? But winter is coming, and the City of Knowledge has already warned the lords 4 times. I even personally wrote a few letters to the Archbishop of King's Landing, advising him to focus on the big picture, stabilize the situation, and plant the last batch of winter wheat if only God has mercy. It seemed that the City of Knowledge did not completely fail in its duty. Unfortunately, a person's strength determined his voice. The scholar's voice was too soft, and no one listened to what he said. What did Big Sparrow say? Garan asked curiously. He did not answer me at all. That's why I asked Bishop Peter. The old doctor said awkwardly. Dickon sighed and said, I just came back from King's Landing. I know the situation there better than any of you. Big Sparrow is now. I don't know what he is really thinking, but King's Landing is indeed under the control of the church. After the war, countless farmers in Hajin County and King's Landing went bankrupt and lost their jobs. The old town is still warm, but Hajin County had a light snow 2 months ago. Winter is coming for Hajin County, but it has already arrived for Hajin County. Even if my father works hard to clean up the bandits and remnants, Hajin County will not be able to resume production in a year or 2. The poor farmers have nowhere to go. Joining the church and becoming a member of the poor is their only hope to survive. The war is not even over yet. Count Aston in the Harvest Hall said with a bitter smile. Dragonstone Island, Storm's End Fort, Kiming's Rebellion, the conflict between the Iron Throne and the Church, Lord Stannis who has gone missing, I heard. Seeing his strange expression, a count next to him asked curiously, what else? Well. Aston touched his nose and said in a low voice, I don't believe that none of you have heard about Danny Rise. Hiss. The face of the noble who asked the question changed. He looked around cautiously. Seeing that everyone was silent, he let out a long sigh of relief, but decided not to say anything else. What are you afraid of? Wasn't it just the mother of dragons, Danny Liz? Danny rolled her eyes and shouted. Dozens of eyes glared at her. It seemed that even though the City of Knowledge had intentionally concealed information about the dragon and the Dragon Queen, the great nobles more or less knew some inside information. With that in mind, Danny purposely asked, what's wrong? Even if she could eat people, she would be thousands of miles away. The Anti-Mother of Dragons Alliance is a major event in the world. Why is it a taboo topic here? Ms. Layla, what do you know? Baylor asked with a frown. The key is that you don't know anything. Since you are also a Westeros, you should naturally understand why we are avoiding this topic. I really don't understand, Dany said honestly. Baylor glanced at the expressionless Garland and sighed. Arryn Valley, Hajin, the Northern Territory, Lannister, Stormlands, 5 great kingdoms, 5 great dukes, directly led to the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty, and even the extermination of the entire race. Hyting was originally a partner and supporter of Prince Rhaegar, but now he has a marriage alliance with Lannister. 6 of the 7 kingdoms have an irreconcilable conflict with her, a blood feud. How can we not be afraid of this? Legend has it that the last Targaryen was vengeful, cruel, and bloodthirsty. She never let a single enemy go. She tortured and killed nobles, slaughtered civilians. She bathed in the blood of babies, fed bones to dragons, sacrificed her family to hatch dragons, practiced the magic of shadows and blood, and every night, even if the rumors are exaggerated, even if they are exaggerated by 10 times, and the remaining 10% is true, she is still an inhuman existence like a demon. The veins on Dany's forehead throbbed. She suppressed her anger and said, I thought the nobles near the City of Knowledge would be more rational. Sir Baylor, you have disappointed me. Oh, did I say something wrong? Baylor frowned. Who are the people who oppose the Mother of Dragons? Dany asked. Baylor thought for a moment and said, the merchants and nobles of the various trading cities. What kind of people are they? Baylor did not hesitate or force himself to answer. He said matter-of-factly, cultured gentlemen. There is no way to continue this topic. Dany held her forehead and groaned, the Mother of Dragons wants to abolish slavery and liberate the oppressed slaves. Slaves support the sea trade of the world today. Without slaves, the sea trade of the free cities will shrink by 3/4. For the hundreds of millions of gold royals, the Allied army was formed. I understand what you mean. Baylor nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Professor Perez-Tan and said calmly, Professor, the rumors about Dany rise within the 7 kingdoms all came from the City of Knowledge. It seems that she is not the same person as the Mother of Dragons that Miss Layla mentioned. What? Those comments about the Mother of Dragons came from the City of Knowledge? Dany was stunned. She thought that Baylor was a rotten person on the inside and was easily deceived by the sea merchants of the free cities. She never thought that the City of Knowledge was spreading unfavorable rumors about her. She even praised the City of Knowledge's wisdom and responsibility in the matter of cold winter. Professor Perez-Tan pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He sighed, we are not lying. Did any of the Guy's nobles in Slave Bay survive? I am talking about the virtuous lord, the great lord, the kind lord. Almost all of them died. Dany nodded. The old professor shrugged and asked, the kind lord is equivalent to a duke. Can you imagine the scene of killing all the dukes of the 7 kingdoms? Isn't that cruel enough? Too cruel. A noble trembled and said. Dany, the old professor asked again, thousands of people saw her dragon eat people with their own eyes. She ate hundreds of Second Son's mercenaries. Is that fake? But Sir Baylor was talking about babies. The Mother of Dragons bathed in the blood of babies and then fed the bones of the babies to the dragon. Dany retorted. Maybe it is a little exaggerated, but it is more or less correct. Everyone thought, dragons even eat adults. Why would they let children go? We have records in the City of Knowledge. Dragons eating children is nothing new. The old professor said with conviction. Yes, when I was young, before I went to bed, my old grandma told me about dragons eating children many times. Sigh, my old grandma told me about it too. Me too. Many nobles were surprised to find that their old grandma had told them similar stories. So, the dragon must have eaten children. They concluded. Did your old grandma tell you about Targaryen bathing in the blood of babies? Dany said with a straight face. It wasn't Targaryen. It seemed to be a countess from Hellenberg. The Count of Harvest Hall said thoughtfully. If a countess can bathe in the blood of babies, why can't the mother of dragons? Professor Perez-Tan said with conviction. According to your logic, if the thieves at the docks steal things, do you think everyone here will steal things too? Danny's mouth twitched. I have a theoretical basis. The red-nosed old professor said with conviction. That woman personally admitted that she needs to sacrifice her loved ones to hatch a dragon. What does this mean? It means that she is a witch, a child of shadow, an evil blood wizard. Isn't it natural for a blood wizard to bathe in the blood of babies? How did she offend the City of Knowledge? Why did they try so hard to slander her? Was it to warm up public opinion for the upcoming power struggle? But wasn't the City of Knowledge an academic institution that pursued knowledge and truth? Why was there such a strong political bias? At this point, Danny had a rough understanding of the City of Knowledge's attitude. Due to the approaching winter, endless wars, and political chaos, the scholars were sincerely worried about the people of the Seven Kingdoms. However, they did not think that the Dragon Queen was the best candidate to end the chaos. They were even extremely repulsed by her. Danny did not try to correct the noble's view of her. Instead, she went straight to the point and asked, if one day, the Dragon Queen returns to the Westeros and intends to restore the Targaryen dynasty, how will the City of Knowledge and the nobles deal with her? I'm afraid that it will be difficult for her to get past the allied army. The old professor looked indifferent. She has 4 dragons. Danny reminded. Aren't there only 3? Baylor was puzzled. I heard that another one was hatched. Dragons are not invincible. The history professor shook his head and said with certainty. I study history and know how high the dragon's casualty rate is in regular wars. In the era when there were no dragon-slaying crossbows, Valeglia attacked many times in the form of an army. 100 dragons, 200 dragons, 300 dragons. Even with such a powerful army, there was still a loss of close to 2%. Especially in the battle with the Lorners, 60% of the Dragon King died in battle. After the battle ended, he was ambushed by the gods at night and died in the flood. Nearly 10% of the Megalosaurus died as well. Not to mention that the woman only has 4 dragons and can't withstand a few rounds of exhaustion. Before the dance of the blood dragons, the Targaryens had more than 20 Megalosaurus. Why didn't they have the ambition to challenge the world? I am also very puzzled by the stupidity of the Targaryen ancestors. For the sake of a broken place like the Westeros, there was internal strife and fighting to the death. Even the dragons became extinct. If they had the strength, they might as well conquer Slaver's Bay, conquer Volantis, conquer Queers, and promote the Targaryen royal family to a world-class royal family. Perhaps the Dragon Queen won't be able to get past the allied army, but when she has nowhere else to go, she might have no choice but to accept the position of Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, accept the position? Baylor was unhappy. Aren't the Westeros the center of the world's civilization? Isn't the King of the Seven Kingdoms the best job in the world? Danny sighed and said helplessly, everyone, I am also a Westeros, but we have to face reality. In the eyes of the world, the Westeros are a barren land. Their culture is backward and their political system is not advanced enough. They are also especially closed off and poor. How are we backward? Poor? Who doesn't know that Duke Tywin's shit is made of gold? The Count of Red Apple retorted angrily. Danny glanced at him and said calmly, it is said that the Dragon Queen seized 50 million gold royals worth of wealth from Slaver's Bay. In terms of weight, it is 100 times more than what Tywin eats. I don't believe that Duke Lannister's shit is more than what he eats. Hiss, everyone gasped. It was as if they were in an illusion. Countless golden cuties were falling towards them like a waterfall. Of course, the poverty of the Westeros isn't just due to the lack of gold. In the world trade, the Westeros have the 3 major seaports, King's Landing, Old Town and White Harbor. But have you noticed? The most popular export product of the Seven Kingdoms is wine. Wine from Qingting Island and Dorne. What does this mean? What? The nobles looked at Danny blankly. Sigh, the Westeros import Baron porcelain, Summer Islands furniture, Mir lace and glass, Pentos spices, transit station, and Tyrosh handicrafts from sea trade. Danny turned to the old professor. Even the poison used by the scholars is imported from Lizzie. Am I right? Yes, other than nurturing bed slaves, the Lizzie people's ability to create poison is also world famous. Chapter 247. In other words, other than wine, the Westeros don't have any good products. Isn't this considered poor? This. Baylor was stunned. This isn't considered poor, right? It can only be said that the local specialties are different. Qingting Island's golden wine is unique in this world and is in short supply. Sir, do you know about the trade deficit? Danny asked curiously. What's that? Baylor was confused. Treat the Westeros as a whole. The gold royals that come in every year minus the gold royals that go out. If there's a surplus, it means that the 7 countries have earned money from world trade. If it's negative, it means that the king is losing money. I call it the trade deficit. Oh, other than the brainless nobles, Garland, Baylor, Garth, Peristan and the others who understood her looked at Danny in surprise. I didn't expect Miss Layla to be so knowledgeable as well as skilled in martial arts, Count Garland praised sincerely. The Westeros also had customs. Littlefinger Peter made a name for himself by increasing customs revenue and was even promoted to the position of Minister of Finance. However, the customs in this world only had one mission: to collect taxes, crack down on smugglers, and increase taxes for the king as much as possible. Adjusting tariffs, controlling the trade deficit, and adjusting the domestic industrial structure were not the tasks of the Minister of Finance. In other words, the nobles of the 7 countries didn't even have the awareness to do so. How does the trade deficit affect the Westeros? The old professor asked nervously. It doesn't affect them in the short term. Sea trade goods are luxury goods that ordinary people can't use. The gold and silver accumulated by the nobles for thousands of years isn't worth much. It's not much of a difference to the country if it's piled up in the cellar and exchanged for high-end goods. This woman is crazy. She said that gold and silver are worthless. Someone sneered. Needless to say, there were many people who agreed with him. Even Baylor and the old professor were confused. Winter is coming. I believe that with the Tyrell family's wealth, they should be able to take out 2 million gold royals, right? Danny looked at Count Garland. Garland was in a difficult position. His family could take out 4 million gold royals, let alone 2 million. However, everyone knew that the person on the Iron Throne had a hard time and was short of money. If he knew that his family had, sure. He suddenly understood. High Court was the richest in the 7 kingdoms, and even Tywin had lent the Iron Throne 3 million gold royals. If he said that Tywin did not even have 2 million gold royals, who would believe him? Danny nodded and asked, according to the current price of wheat in the Old Town, 2 million gold royals can buy enough food for 2 million people for 10 years. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. 2 copper coins for a roasted sausage, pure meat sausage, and a cup of ale. That's not expensive, is it? Original setting, the price difference between meat and grain in this world was not as exaggerated as in modern society, but under normal circumstances, 1 gold royal should be able to buy 10 tons of wheat. Lannister should be able to take out another 1 or 2 million gold royals. If we calculate the winter as 5 years, wouldn't this amount of money be enough to save all the people in the Westeros? No, Baylor shook his head. If you buy so much food, the price will probably increase by 10 times. Danny nodded. She scanned the crowd and asked, "Do you understand now?" The difference between 10 times and the normal price represents the devaluation of the gold in your hands. Just buying and selling wheat once can devalue the gold to 1/10 of its original value, or even a few tenths. Do you still think that gold and silver are valuable? The crowd was at a loss. They wanted to refute, but they could not find a reason to. The old professor was also a little confused, but he quickly recovered and changed the topic. What are you trying to say? Didn't you say that the Westeros are poor? Well, let's continue. The trade deficit does not affect the Westeros in the short term, but after hundreds of years, the Seven Kingdoms have lost too much gold, so much so that the Iron Throne has to borrow money from the Iron Treasury of Braavos and the bankers of Myr, Pentos and other cities. King Robert's extravagant spending is one of the reasons why the Iron Throne is short of money, but he has spent nearly 10 million gold royals in 14 years, in addition to the 6 million in foreign debt. There are also millions of gold royals left by the Mad King, and the treasury itself has income. Then, may I ask my lords, did the 10 million gold royals that King Robert spent go into your family's treasury? No, my family has been paying out for more than 10 years. We have no income at all. The Earl of Green Apple was confused. Sigh, my family too. We have to spend money to fight wars and participate in tournaments. The Earl of Highland City nodded. The expenses have been high these few years. Although my family did not lose money, there is no income either. Dickon was confused. Really? My family can't make ends meet either. We even borrowed money from the Iron Treasury 3 years ago. What's going on? The Earl of Nightsong City was shocked. I also borrowed money. Me too, you all borrowed money? Now I can relax, ha ha ha. This. Baylor was also confused. Everyone is spending money, but Miss Layla is right. King Robert definitely spent 10 million gold royals in the past 14 years. Where did such a large sum of money go? Is someone secretly getting rich? Professor, do you know what's going on? The nobles could not help but look at the only expert on the scene. Professor Perez-Tan was quietly pulling the long necklace on his neck, trying to hide the gold chain that represented economics at the back of his collar. His action was seen by everyone. Awkwardly, the scene fell into a suffocating silence. Ugh! The old man's cheeks were red, and he was so embarrassed that he almost cried. Professor Perez-Tan mainly studies history. Baylor touched his nose and helped the professor out. Maybe it's like what Miss Layla said. The trade deficit has been lost to other countries. More than 10 million in 14 years. Including all of us, how much money have we lost? Hee, now you know why I said the Westeros are poor. Dany smiled casually, as if it was none of her business. To be honest, when she was rebuilding the trade system at Slavers Bay, she guessed that the Westeros might be in a constant trade deficit. She also guessed that Robert's extravagance would accelerate the loss of gold. However, she did not expect that most of the nobles in the 7 countries would be emptied. Dany could not help but think of the era when the Jews, led by Rothschild, controlled the economic lifeline of Europe. Perhaps, the moneylenders in Braavos were equivalent to the Jewish bigwigs in the other world? Then what should we do? Closing the customs will only benefit the smugglers, but it will not cut off the trade deficit you mentioned. Garland said with a serious expression. I have a plan that can solve this problem once and for all. Do you want to know? Dany said mysteriously. What plan? Everyone looked at her. Everyone will take a loan from the Braavos Iron Treasury. Borrow as much money as possible. The nobles of the 7 countries will borrow together. What do you mean? Reneging on the debt. Dany smiled evilly. The Westeros also have their own specialties, knights. It can be said that the knights of the 7 countries are the most powerful in the world. 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors could not take down Qohor, but 10,000 golden mercenaries could take over Qohor in one wave. Do you understand? Yes, Qohor had fallen before. The story of 3,000 immaculate warriors protecting Qohor had been passed down for hundreds of years. It seemed to give the nobles of Qohor the illusion that as long as they were protected by the immaculate warriors, no one could touch them. Decades ago, the exiled knights of Westeros formed the Golden Mercenaries. Qohor hired them to fight for territory in the plains of the Rhone River. The Golden Mercenaries asked for a high price, but they were capable and completed the mission easily. In the end, the nobles of Kowar wanted to renege on the debt and refused to pay the balance, similar to how some unscrupulous businessmen dealt with migrant workers. Unfortunately, the Golden Mercenaries were not migrant workers. They defeated the Kowar Iron Cavalry and thousands of immaculate warriors and took down Kowar City in one day and one night. However, the founder of the Golden Mercenaries, Cold Iron Igor Riverman, one of the illegitimate sons of the Dragon family who started the Black Fire Rebellion, was very principled. In order to make a name for himself, he did not ransack or burn the city. After he received his commission and compensation, he took the initiative to leave Kowar. Yes, the motto of the Golden Mercenaries was, "Their word is gold." They never broke their promises and were famous for their reputation and combat power. Excluding the ordinary cavalry, the Golden Mercenaries only had 500 true knights equipped with 3 horses and 1 attendant. Not to mention the 7 kingdoms, just the High Court alone could gather thousands of true knights. With thousands of true knights leading tens of thousands of cavalrymen, who would dare to come and demand payment? Isn't this a little too dishonorable? Garland's mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. Judging from her appearance, this woman was beautiful and gentle, but inside, she was completely different from her appearance. She was strong, and her martial arts were superb. Even men could not compare to her. Deep inside, although she was very intelligent, she was also very shameless and cunning. It was a little scary. Yes, if we really do that, the reputation of the Westeros will definitely be destroyed. Even the local bankers will not dare to lend money to the nobles anymore. Bishop Peter was so nervous that his nose was sweating. The church's bank still had millions of gold royals, the Iron Throne alone had borrowed 1 million gold royals, outside. If everyone followed suit, wouldn't they go bankrupt? I'm just saying. It's up to you. Dany waved her hand and said casually. However, she then returned to the previous topic. You should understand, right? The Dragon Queen occupies the rich Slave Bay. There is almost no winter there, the land is fertile, and the 4 seasons are like summer. It is also close to the great maritime trade route, and there is agriculture and commerce. Especially in terms of popular sentiment, the newly liberated free people all call her Misha. Do you know what Misha is? Mother in the Gujaskali language. From this, you can see how popular she is in Slave Bay. If it were you, would you be willing to leave such a rich and friendly blessed land and return to this poor, cold, and broken country where the people do not support her? That makes sense. Even the stupid knight with the turnip on his shoulder understood and agreed with him. Is she really not coming back? Peristan murmured. Not necessarily. Dany shook her head and said uncertainly, when she defeats the allied army, not to mention unifying the continent of Ursos, she will at least take down the city-states that declared war on her, such as Rhys and Tarosai. At that time, she will have a strong army and is only a narrow sea away from the Westeros. She will come back with millions of troops to show off. It is normal for you to be jealous and hate her. Millions of troops to show off? The nobles' mouths twitched, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Chapter 248. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, the old professor immediately cheered them up. We don't have to be envious or jealous. The Westeros are always striving for self-improvement. But if she can defeat the Alliance, unify the continent of Ursos, and build a Targaryen empire similar to Valeglia, why should we reject such a great emperor? To put it bluntly, with her current achievements, not to mention Tommen and Cersei, she can't even compare to Aegon the Conqueror, right? The one who said this was an olive-skinned, black-haired man. He wore a furry coat with 3 poisonous scorpions embroidered on his chest with black silk thread. Laughing Baelor glanced at the wooden garland beside her and scolded, Sir Aaron Kogel, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? Sir Kogel smiled contemptuously. I'm speaking the truth. The Dornishmen never hide their hostility towards Lannister, but someone has to sit on the Iron Throne. Targaryen is much stronger than Cersei Lannister and the Child King. Sandstone City is located in the central desert of Dorne. How did you know about that woman? Professor Peristan asked worriedly. Sun Halberd City is a trading port no weaker than the old town. Everyone is not stupid. More than one sailor talked about Targaryen and dragons. How could we ignore it? 16 years ago, our king's surname was Targaryen. She can't defeat the alliance. This is common knowledge. One person can't fight against the entire world, Professor Peristan said with certainty. Professor, if she fails, she can only give up the great cause of freeing the slaves and go home to inherit the Iron Throne. Dany said strangely. What do you mean? The old professor was surprised. She has dragons, 4 dragons. Even if the Alliance takes Slaver's Bay, can they stop her from escaping on Megalosaurus? But the whole world is against her. Where can she escape to? Only her hometown, the Westeros. The Alliance will even support her return to the Westeros. After all, she has dragons, prestige, and a chance to turn the tables. If the Mother of Dragons obediently returns to the King's Landing to fight for the Iron Throne, the slave merchants will welcome her with open arms. What should we do? Dany's analysis was reasonable, and the old professor was anxious. If they won, they would be able to lead their million-strong army back to their hometown and live a life of luxury. If they lost, they would have to ride their dragons back home and sit on the Iron Throne. Can't the people of the 7 kingdoms escape from her shadow? Dany's eyes flashed a ray of light as he said, "We can invite Faceless One." The low and deep voice silenced the scene for a moment. The orange light from the burning torches fell on everyone's faces, imprinting all kinds of strange expressions. Their eyes flickered as they quietly looked at each other, but no one said a word. Ahem, ahem. Baylor coughed a few times and changed the topic with a faint smile. Tonight is the celebration banquet of the martial arts tournament. Let's not talk about irrelevant topics. Clown, come and tell us a joke. The musicians played the music and the guests cheered. The venue became lively again, as if the previous discussion had never happened. The next morning, although the camp of the martial arts tournament was not demolished, most of the participating nobles were preparing to leave. Baylor also returned to the city to continue supervising the construction of the warships, while Hyder stayed to recruit free riders. The news of the female knight Layla winning the martial arts tournament spread like wildfire in the city. When Dany led the horse back to the wine bottle, she heard a handsome blonde singer sitting in the hotel lobby, playing the harp and singing the story of the first female knight in history with a mellow voice. A group of apprentices and merchants surrounded him, listening with great interest. Dany also saw a few familiar faces, such as the black girl Larissa and her friends, Lay Morand, the stupid little fatty Rooney, and others. But there was no Pater. What made Dany frown was that the girlfriend of the lousy apprentice, the flower of the hostess, Rosie, was in the arms of a handsome blonde young man. Although he was wearing green and gold-striped silk clothes instead of the grey robe of a scholar, the 4 metal chains on the silk rope around his neck showed his identity. He was a scholar apprentice. An apprentice from a rich family. Could it be that Pater had been poached? It didn't seem like it. Rosie looked sad, and her eyes were red as if she had cried. Obviously, she was unwilling to accept her fate, which was to become a hostess like her mother. Ah, Knight Layla. Just as she was wondering, a hostess saw Dany and opened her mouth to shout. This time, everyone in the hall looked over, and even the singer stopped singing. He hugged his harp and ran to Dany, saying affectionately, "Oh, Lady Knight, let me be your personal attendant. I want to write a legend for you and let countless people know of your deeds." In Slaves Bay, there were too many gigolo bards who recommended themselves to the queen, and Dany did not know how many of them she had rejected. She skillfully threw over a gold royal and said with a faint smile, "I'm very satisfied with your song, but I don't need an accompanying singer." Then, under the protection of White Knight, she walked past a group of groupies, who were asking all kinds of questions and went straight to the backyard. She did not stay in the hotel for long. After washing up and changing into clean underwear, she still wore her armor and left the tavern from the backyard. She walked along the stone arch bridge to the famous City of Knowledge. In theory, the core area of the City of Knowledge did not receive women, and would not recruit female apprentices, but the purpose of the rules was to wait for the privilege to break them. The daughters of the Hathar family, the women of the 7 dukes' families, and the royal princesses could all enter the City of Knowledge and be grandly received by the doctors. Dani was now dimensional water, so her identity was naturally not qualified. However, she received an invitation from Dr. Perez Tan last night to go to the City of Knowledge to discuss the trade deficit with the economists. The old doctor was frightened by the terrifying fact that the 7 countries had lost more than 10 million gold royals in 14 years. This morning, he specially ran to her tent to remind her not to miss the appointment. Through this period of observation, Dani found that except for the inexplicable hostility towards her, the City of Knowledge's performance was still acceptable. They had basically fulfilled their duties. As long as they found a problem, they would try to find a way to solve it. Whether or not they could solve it was another matter, but their positive attitude was very commendable. The City of Knowledge was right next to the Honey Wine River. It was only a stone arch bridge away from the wine bottle. In less than 10 minutes, she arrived at the gate. It was a bit like a modern university. The stone gate was very wide, enough for 3 carriages to pass through side by side. On both sides of the gate, there was a tall green sphinx statue. It had the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a snake. One of them had the face of a man, and the other had the face of a woman. This kind of stone statue was also called the Veleglia Sphinx. Whether it was the stone statue itself or the custom of placing a sphinx statue at the gate, it all originated from the ancient Veleglia. Behind the gate, there was a desk on the left side of the stone path. Behind it sat 5 or 6 grey-robed clerks. They had chains, but not enough to form a necklace. They belonged to the assistant scholars. More than 10 citizens of the old town were gathered there. Some were asking the clerks to write letters, some were shouting for their wills, some were holding letters in their hands, and asked the assistant scholars to read the letters. There were also some who were simply bored and were there to watch the fun. On the right side of the stone path, there was a row of bookstalls on the ground. It was a bit like the stalls near the BBS bulletin board before the seniors left the university. They sold old books, CDs, magazines, tennis rackets, basketballs. Dani deliberately went over to take a look. They were all old books, storybooks, history books, biographies, and travel notes. She squatted down and flipped through them. 90% of the books were written by scholars of the City of Knowledge. Books related to Targaryen accounted for another 70% of the total. There were books such as The Cruel Meg, The Secret Records of the Dragon Knights, Renai's Lover. Dani curiously flipped open Renai's Lover to take a look. The result was so shocking that her worldview was almost shattered. Aegon the Conqueror had 2 wives. The elder sister was Visenya, and the younger sister was Renai's. Visenya was the first wife, and Renai's was the true love, probably. The book said that every night Aegon accompanied Visenya, he would accompany Renai's for 10 nights as compensation. However, Rhaenys was accompanied by many handsome men. Whenever Aegon and Visenya were together, Rhaenys would enjoy these bedfellows. 7 gods above, this kind of book isn't banned? Dani asked the old apprentice who was selling the book. Yes, the book was very old. The once snow-white parchment was pale yellow. The binding on the side was even a few short threads, and some pages were missing. This book was definitely not newly written, and Targaryen had only been extinct for 16 years. The grey-robed old man who was selling the book was very old. His beard and hair were white, and he wore silver-rimmed glasses. However, there was still a rope around his neck, and on the rope were 4 or 5 links. He was an old apprentice. Why is it banned? The old man was puzzled. There are many scenes of Queen Rhaenys and her lover in the book. But it's all true. How can it be wrong when it's spoken by the person involved? Besides, Aegon tacitly acknowledged his sister's behavior of keeping lovers. At that time, all the nobles in King's Landing knew about it. There was even a custom among noble widows to keep singers and poets as their lovers. The old apprentice's face was calm. Danny put down the book with a wooden face and used 2 copper coins to buy a hand-drawn map of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge was built along the Honey River. It had been constantly expanding for thousands of years, and the internal architecture was extremely complex. Some of the towers were even built on small islands near the river. If there was no map, there was an 80% chance that tourists would get lost. Moreover, the City of Knowledge was a university town. It was not just a gathering place for scholars. The Holy Church and church schools were also mixed in. Although the City of Knowledge did not accept female apprentices, it did not cut off the path of learning for women. The church schools were specially prepared for nuns. However, there was almost no academic research in the church schools. It was mainly used to train reading and writing nannies for the rich families. Along the winding riverside road, Danny saw a few stone sculptures of Targaryen kings. They were all famous kings. Conqueror Aegon I, Merry King Jaehaerys I, Young Dragon King Dylan I, Virtuous King Dylan II. Yes, there was also the Mad King Aerys who had half of his body smashed. Aerys was not purely a fatuous ruler. His life trajectory was a little like Lilongji's, rising first and then suppressing later. In the first half of his life, he was quick-witted and charming. Together with Tywin, they worked hard to reform the country's corrupt policies. During that period, the Westeros were peaceful and prosperous. It was almost a different version of the Kayuan Age. At that time, the City of Knowledge even erected a stone sculpture for him. Who would have thought that he would change so much later on? Danny and Barristan arrived at the door of the chief steward's pavilion and saw a middle-aged apprentice in his 40s being dragged out of the door by 2 assistant scholars. Barristan grabbed a tall and thin scholar who walked past and asked, "What's going on?" Zion stole Dr. Varen's waffles. Chapter 249. What did he steal? Danny asked in disbelief. Waffles? Why did he steal waffles? Gluttony, of course. It's not the first time Zion stole food from the kitchen, the tall and thin scholar shrugged. He then looked at Danny and asked, "You're Knight Layla, right?" "I'm Parker, a bachelor in economics. I was just about to look for you at the feather wine bottle." "Hello, Scholar Parker. I'm Layla. What's the rush?" "It's urgent. After your reminder, Professor Barristan checked the customs trade records for the past 20 years. The trade deficit is far worse than we thought. To be honest, I didn't even know that we Westeros had so many gold royals." The tall scholar laughed bitterly at himself. They stood in front of the stairs and exchanged a few words. The 2 tall and strong assistant scholars dragged Zion out of the door. There was a wooden hut the size of a phone booth at the door. The assistant scholars were trying their best to stuff Zion inside. Zion seemed to be extremely afraid of the hut. He grabbed the door with his fingers and struggled with all his might. He screamed, "I'm hungry. My family is poor. I can't afford to go out to eat. I only stole the professor's biscuits because I was hungry." Bang, bang, bang. The other 2 assistant scholars ignored him completely. They kept on kicking the middle-aged apprentice until he cried out in pain. He had no choice but to let go of his hands. The wooden door was immediately closed with a puff sound. The assistant scholars locked the thick oak door and left cursing. Zion was left alone with his frantic banging and crying. It was miserable. What's going on? Do the apprentices in the City of Knowledge go hungry? Danny asked. Not under normal circumstances. You can get a commission if you work for the professor. But Zion is too old, and he hasn't been able to get a chain ring. The professor doesn't seem to like him, and he doesn't like the work of a servant, so... The lanky Parker shrugged and didn't continue. Danny couldn't help but think of the old apprentices who sold books at the entrance of the City of Knowledge and wrote letters for the people of the old town. It seemed that Pate wasn't an exception. The life of the apprentices in the City of Knowledge wasn't good. But compared to the people, the apprentices were already above the rest. Then, how difficult was the life of a rural farmer? Inside the general manager's pavilion was a spacious hall of more than 500 square meters. The floor was made of marble, and there were tall arched windows on the four walls. The lighting was excellent. Danny and Barristan's iron boots made a crisp sound on the floor. Compared to the many grey-robed scholars, their iron armor was too conspicuous. However, the title of Layla Martial Arts Champion had already begun to spread. The scholars who came and went had already guessed her identity, and they all cast curious gazes at her. Danny ignored the curious eyes of the other students and asked the tall economics student who was leading the way, "How long will Zion be locked up in the dark room?" "1 day, 2 days, I'm not sure." At the end of the hall, there was a high platform. On the platform, there was a grey-robed old scholar with a thin face. When he saw Danny coming, he wrote on a book with a quill and asked, "Layla Weishue, right?" "So, Squire, what is your name?" "Aston, my name is Aston Windstorm," White Knight said. "Windstorm? Another illegitimate child." The old man wrote down the name that White Knight said, and handed over 2 small wooden plates and a bronze key. "Both of you are honored guests invited by the City of Knowledge. You can take the wooden plates to the library to borrow books." Danny took the wooden plate and the key. After flipping through them, she found that the wooden plate had the words Layla Weishue and VIP guest, same as an ordinary scholar, written on it. The content of White Knight's wooden plate was similar to hers. "What's the key for?" She raised the bronze key and asked. "You'll understand when you get to the library." The old man waved his hand and began to ask the next visitor. While climbing the stairs, Scholar Parker explained, "Other than the books compiled by past scholars, we also buy books from any city, any nationality, and any language brought by anyone. After thousands of years of accumulation, the City of Knowledge has the richest collection of books in the world. There are so many books that a room can't fit all of them, so the scholar needs to bring the key to open the door of the library." The doctors were waiting for Danny in a spacious meeting room on the 2nd floor. 2 small bronze sphinx statues stood by the door. The room was decorated with warm colors, and in the middle of the room was a 10-meter-long, 2-meter-wide mahogany table. Other than the table and high-backed chairs, there was nothing else. When she arrived, 17 or 18 old doctors were arguing with a stack of parchment papers. The golden sunlight shone on them through the arched glass window, and Danny could see the spittle of the old men as they argued. "Ah, Miss Layla, you're here." Dr. Perez-Tan quickly stood up to greet her. "You met Scholar Parker, right? He just went down." "Yes, I met him at the entrance of the hall." "Everyone." The red-nosed old man clapped his hands to attract the attention of the doctors. He pointed at Danny and introduced her, "This is Miss Layla Weishue, who is knowledgeable and skilled in martial arts." "Hello, Miss Layla. My name is Gallardo." The doctor closest to Danny immediately stood up, bowed, and introduced himself. Perez-Tan also said in a timely manner, "Like me, Gallardo is proficient in history. He once traveled to the Midsummer Islands and translated the poems of the Tree of Words that have been passed down since ancient times. He wrote the famous book, The Midsummer Sun." "Dr. Gallardo, I've heard a lot about you." Danny's eyes lit up, and she complimented him with a smile, "I've seen your masterpiece in the Free City." This was the truth. Just like how the City of Knowledge crazily collected books from all over the world, Danny also wanted to build a super library in Slave Bay. Sea merchants often came to Astapor with all kinds of books, and then took away large amounts of gold, sugar, liquor, and other goods. The Midsummer Sun was also very famous in the Midsummer Islands. It was similar to how the ancient people of the Celestial Dynasty recorded words on bronze cauldrons. The Midsummer Islands had a long-lived and huge tree called the Tree of Words. The canopy of a single tree could cover the entire town. Every year, the local priestess would use songs and legends to carve the local events that happened or heard of in the past on the white skin of the tree trunk. The tree of words had a special characteristic. As long as the tree was still alive, the carvings on its skin would remain forever. Thousands of years had passed, and their history had been preserved through the huge tree of words. In addition, because of this special characteristic of the tree of words, the craftsmen in Slave Bay had once proposed to use the bark of the tree of words to make Queen Dani's paper. Just as Perez-Tan introduced the doctors one by one, the others were also whispering and discussing this strange female knight in front of them. She's so young. She's indeed young, not more than 18 years old. However, she was the first to propose the concept of trade deficit. Just based on this point, she can at least create a link in economics. I just don't know if she has a way to solve the deficit. In the 14 years that King Robert was in power, the 7 countries lost 16 million gold royals. That's terrifying. Actually, that ennobles collective debt reneging law that she proposed last night could be tried. That would make all Westeros be nailed to the pillar of shame and be cursed by foreigners for 10,000 years. The 18 doctors, except for the head steward himself, almost all of them had 2 or more copper, history, links and gold, economics, links. They also had copper or gold alloy canes and rings. Yes, the City of Knowledge's apprentices had smooth necks. Apprentices who had forged metal links were qualified to become bachelor's assistants. When they had accumulated enough links, 10 links, and formed a chain, they would be promoted to bachelor. When they had a deep understanding of a certain subject, or when they had more than 3 metal links, they would be qualified to become doctor. The doctors would wear masks, canes and rings that corresponded to the metal according to their research project. For example, Dr. Perez-Tan had links made of silver, gold, lead, iron, black iron, platinum and many other metals. However, his main research project was history, so he had 5 copper links. Therefore, his ring, scepter and mask were all made of copper. If you met a person in a gray robe in the City of Knowledge, as long as you saw his appearance clearly, you would not be mistaken about his identity and profession. After meeting all the doctors, Dr. Perez-Tan then led Dany to the old man in the lead. Head steward, this is Miss Layla. Snore. Snore. The old man tilted his neck and let out a light snore. The warm afternoon sun shone on the old man. He was sleeping soundly in this quarrelsome room. His face was extremely old. Almost all of his hair had fallen out, revealing a baby-like pink scalp. The muscles on his cheeks were shriveled, and his pale skin was covered with soybean and broad bean-sized age spots. Dr. Wargrave. Dr. Perez-Tan could not wake the old man up. He could only step forward and push him lightly. Doctor, head steward, Miss Layla is here. The meeting can officially begin. Oh, the meeting has begun. The old man rubbed his nose and sat up slowly. He only glanced at Dany and was suddenly stunned. He immediately struggled to stand up and shouted, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I didn't know you were here. Clarson, help me up to greet your Highness." Dany did not understand the situation at all and was stunned. Dr. Perez-Tan looked embarrassed and shouted with a red face, "Doctor, you've got the wrong person. This is Miss Layla, and Clarson went to Storm's End Castle half a century ago." Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a small door on the left wall opened. A young apprentice ran in from the next room and supported Dr. Wargrave. "Doctor, what are you doing?" "Pater?" Dany was surprised to find that the apprentice was Pater, whom she had not seen for a long time. His face was not as red as before and was as pale as a patient who had lost a lot of blood. However, his cross-eyed eyes were more lively than before. "Hello, Miss Layla." Pater smiled awkwardly and explained in a low voice, "I'm Dr. Wargrave's assistant. I'm responsible for helping him complete his work." However, the doctor often can't remember my name and thinks I was his assistant when he was young, Scholar Clarson. Gradually, Dany frowned. She realized something. Pater's temperament that once made her sympathize with him was gone. Instead, he had an aura that made people disgusted. It would be an exaggeration to say it was disgusting, but that kind of aura always made people unhappy. However, there were too many people here and she did not have time to study the little apprentice's changes. The old doctor was still causing a ruckus. "What are you all talking about? Hurry up and greet," Dr. Wargrave said and was stunned again. He muttered, "Sigh, is this Princess Lei or Princess Layla? I didn't hear clearly. Dr. Seaboard should be the one to preside over the meeting." A doctor covered his face and sighed. "Sigh, it's not his fault. Dr. Wargrave is 94 years old this year. He was fine during the election last year, but he got Alzheimer's in just a month." The doctor next to him shook his head and sighed. Everyone was talking. Danny was embarrassed and shocked. She did not notice that two old doctors in their 50s with bronze rings were looking at her strangely. Chapter 250. In the end, Dr. Wargrave was helped out of the conference room by Pate. The old man in this state was completely unable to communicate. Danny also breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was clamoring to see Princess Lei for a while, and then he pulled Crescent to salute Queen Layla. She had considered the resemblance between mother and daughter before, but Barristan clearly told her that Queen Layla was not similar to her, especially in terms of temperament. He could not see the Queen's shadow in her. As the White Knight said, before meeting Dr. Wargrave, no one doubted her identity. "Sorry, Dr. Wargrave is old and his memory is in a mess. As you can see, he can't even remember his assistant who served him for 3 years, Dr. Paristan apologized awkwardly. "It's okay." Danny waved her hand and sat down on the right side of the old doctor. When everyone sat down, Paristan announced the start of the meeting. First, he handed Danny a piece of parchment with the income and expenditure of sea trade for the past 50 years. After returning to the City of Knowledge last night, 25 economics students and I sorted out the trade data of the 6 major trading seaports: Port Lannister, Old Town, Sun Halberd City, King's Landing, Seagull Town, and White Harbor. Finally, we calculated the trade deficit of Westeros for the past 40 years. Danny took a closer look. During the period of Mad King Aerys, there were surpluses and deficits. If the years of trade deficit were singled out, it was almost a horizontal line, about 200,000 gold royals per year. Well, there were even a few years of small surpluses in the middle of summer, but there would be a large deficit in winter. But everything changed after Robert came to power. Not only did the deficit increase every year, but the extent of the deficit also increased crazily, from 800,000 gold royals in the second year of Robert's succession to 2 million gold royals in the year before his death. Well, the data after the War of the Four Kings fell, and the deficit hovered around 500,000 gold royals in the last 2 years. Of the 14 years Robert had been in power, 10 had been in summer. This is crazy. In the 16 years after the War of the Usurpers, the Westeros lost 16 million gold royals? Danny said incredulously. Paristan rubbed the dark circles under his eyes and smiled bitterly. "We didn't expect it to be so terrifying either. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for the entire night. We need to rebuild the statue of King Aerys. Compared to Robert I, he did a good job during his reign," a doctor named Morith joked. "It's mainly due to Duke Tywin." Dr. Nemos shook his head. "Actually, other than being addicted to wildfire and tormenting the nobles until they couldn't eat or sleep in peace, Aerys didn't do much evil. At least, not only was he not extravagant, he was also very frugal. Robert inherited at least 4 million gold royals from him," Professor Hadongin said. "Sigh, why is it so difficult to have a good king? The thrifty king is crazy, and the heroic man is extravagant." Dr. Nemos held his head and sighed. Danny's eyes flashed, and she suggested tentatively, "The Westeros are indeed at the time of reform. The City of Knowledge can launch a Grand Council to learn from the advanced experience of the trading city-states and limit the power of the king. Don't even think about it." The City of Knowledge is just a service organization. It doesn't have the right to initiate a meeting, nor does it have the right to participate in the game of power. The professors shook their heads in unison. What's going on? There's no need to lie at this time, and their expressions don't seem to be perfunctory. Then, why would the City of Knowledge, which doesn't participate in the game of power, target me? Danny's mind was filled with more and more doubts. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Dr. Perestan coughed a few times and reminded everyone, the most urgent problem now is how to reduce the trade deficit. Danny frowned and said, to solve this problem, we have to figure out where the Westeros spend their money. We have statistics, Perestan said as he handed over another sheepskin scroll. During the reign of King Aerys, the City of Knowledge's witchcraft lens experiments accounted for 1/10 of the country's external financial expenditure. Luxuries such as mere lace, brocade, Kohler iron, barren spices, and ivory accounted for 80%. The remaining 10% was necessities such as grain, linen, salt, whale oil, and sugar. However, we also exported wood, fur, and wine to the trading city-states, especially the wine from Qingting Island. This made the old town a major port second only to the King's Landing. Danny lowered her head and flipped through the sheepskin scroll. She asked casually, how far have you researched the witchcraft lens? Miss Layla also knows about the witchcraft lens? Yes, I've read about it in a book. Sigh, the creation of the witchcraft lens requires witchcraft. However, we've researched it for many years and proved that magic is a scam. We've wasted more than 1.5 million gold royals. Dr. Perestan shook his head. Magic? Danny stopped flipping through the sheepskin scroll. She raised her head and looked at the old professor. Are you sure you want to use magic? Of course, we have all the information on the creation of the witchcraft lens. As he spoke, he pulled his necklace and revealed a black chain. Do you see this? Valeglia's steel. I've researched magic for 20 years, and I'm also a master magician. Danny stared at his brown eyes for a long time. Other than his determination and pride, there were also 2 lumps of yellowish-white excrement at the corners of his eyes. She didn't see a single meditation rune. He was purely a muggle. Professor, how do you study magic? Danny asked tentatively. I memorize the basic rune table and study the composition of the incantation runes. First, I disassemble it into hundreds of individual runes. Then, I compare the similarities and differences of the runes through the specific functions of witchcraft and analyze the meaning of the various combinations of the individual runes. Danny widened her eyes and said in disbelief, 7 gods above, your process of learning magic is very formal and systematic. Yes, formal, just like studying a certain major in a university. This was completely out of Danny's expectations. The process of learning magic was very professional. If she didn't know that the old professor was a muggle, she would have thought that the old professor had graduated from a wizard academy. It's fake. The old man shook his head disapprovingly. It's true, Danny said seriously. Your way of learning magic isn't wrong, but you've neglected 2 prerequisites. Miss Layla, you even know about occultism? Professor Nemos asked curiously. Not really. I only know some basic knowledge. There are 2 prerequisites to learn magic. First, the learner must have the talent to become an extraordinary. Second, there must be a magic tide, which means that there are dragons in the world or the place where the divine power radiates. After saying that, Danny was also confused. You even know the orthodox way of practicing magic. There's no reason that you don't know these basic knowledge, right? Let's not talk about anything else. Just go to the docks and find a fire mage or a red god priest. The expressions of the professors changed. Miss Layla, the fire mages are all liars, Professor Perestan said in a condemning tone. You're all wise people who know the truth. Think about it and you'll understand. The witchcraft lens was invented by the people of Valeglia, and the people of Valeglia are famous for their magic skills. It's definitely real. Without real magic, how can you create the witchcraft lens? Actually, the reason why you can't create the witchcraft lens is that the dragons have died out over a century ago, and the world has entered an era without magic. You won't be able to learn magic no matter what. Runes without magic are the same as the patterns on armor. They have no practical use. Is that so? Some of the professors were enlightened, but most of them didn't think so. Some even looked disgusted by the topic. Danny observed their expressions and immediately changed the topic. I understand now. King Robert is extravagant, and the other nobles are imitating him. The trend of extravagance is spreading from the King's Landing. The 7 kingdoms consume too much luxury goods, so naturally, the deficit is huge. As long as the next king is diligent and thrifty, and appropriately raises the tariffs on imported goods, the deficit will be easily solved. Well, Miss Layla, your suggestion is good, but it's hard to implement. Perestan paused and explained with a bitter smile, the king has 2 types of taxes for the lords of the 7 kingdoms, land tax and business tax. Land tax is related to the population and land under the lord, so it's hard to raise it under normal circumstances. But business tax is different. If the old town's commerce is flourishing, the king's share of the tax will naturally increase. In other words, the more luxury goods the nobles buy, the higher the consumption, and the higher the income of the Iron Throne. The tariff set by Littlefinger when he was the finance minister can almost maximize the prosperity of commerce and earn the most money for the king. And the tariffs are also related to the purchasing power of the nobles. The higher the tariffs, the higher the prices. You can imagine that they're already used to spices and fancy clothes. Raising the tariffs will offend the king and the nobles at the same time, but there's no obvious benefit. Since they can't bear to be poor and suffer, there are only 2 options left, Danny said after thinking for a while. There are 2 options? The professors were pleasantly surprised. Yes, I mentioned the first one before. Cheat the Iron Treasury of their money. Perestan frowned. Credibility, Danny waved her hand and interrupted him. Don't want credibility. The Westeros will completely abandon their international reputation. What do you mean? 17 pairs of confused eyes looked at her. Obviously, the Iron Treasury can only be cheated once, right? That's right. After cheating, the Westeros will completely lose their credibility, right? That's right. Then let's go all the way and become a rogue nation. Danny waved her hand and said boldly, I said before that the warriors of the 7 kingdoms are unparalleled in the world. We can build a few hundred pirate ships and learn from Tiamin's ancient road. We can seal off the narrow sea and collect toll. This suggestion was too crazy. The professor's eyeballs almost fell out of the table. After a while, Professor Perestan shook his head regretfully. It's possible, but it doesn't conform to the teachings of the 7 gods and the traditions of the 7 kingdoms. That's simple. Take off the knight's armor and pretend to be a foreigner. The foreigners will form a group and occupy the narrow sea. What's the difference? Perestan was confused. You should feel a little better. You don't even believe in magic. Do you think the 7 gods are real? If even the 7 gods are fake, why can't you pretend to be a foreigner? The professors opened and closed their mouths. They were conflicted but did not know how to refute. Moreover, the 7 kingdoms are now in a state of collapse. Killing relatives, killing the king, violating the rights of the guests, violating the sacred oath, these are happening one after another. Let's just give up and become a nation of beasts. Danny waved her hand and said boldly. Perestan and the other professors almost broke down when they heard this. Maybe the king can set things right. Let's talk about the second option, the old professor groaned, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.